Hello everybody, welcome into our latest live broadcast. Today it is Sunday, the 23rd of February, 2025, and my name is CareyHolzman. Today we are continuing on with the build we started Friday with our Ryzen 5 9600X with the new B850 chipset that was recently released across motherboard manufacturers for the budget line of chipsets for AMD. Although the chipset is budget, the CPU does not have to be. You can still use every AMD AM5 CPU on this chipset. It's just you don't get as many I/O ports and etc. Now, as a reminder, it's weird to me that there's an HDMI port over by the power cable, which I don't know how you're supposed to use that once this is installed in the case. There is only a display port out, and I do have adapters that will adapt. That's a short cable that will adapt DisplayPort to HDMI, so you don't have to buy new cables. You just need the the adapter that I have right here. Yeah, this is one right here. So this is HDMI on one side. No, take that back. That is not the right cable. Well, they're just a little cable. They look just like that. And on one end, it's DisplayPort that plugs in. And the other end of that little short adapter cable is HDMI. You simply just plug your existing HDMI cable into that, and you're good to go. It's annoying, though, because if you want to run multiple monitors at the same time, I'm not sure how you're supposed to get to this. That throws me. It's very strange. There's nothing in the box with regards to any adapter or anything. It should be in the rear I/O. And is that a condition of that 850 chipset, or is it just unique to this specific motherboard from ASUS? No, GIGABYTE. This is a GIGABYTE motherboard. I don't use a lot of GIGABYTE boards these days, so I'm a little confused with regards to anything that is unique to GIGABYTE. I've never seen that ever in my career. That's a first for me. So is that a new normal, or is that just something GIGABYTE did? Sometimes you can even get little adapters like this that'll go DisplayPort to HDMI. Just make sure you get it in the right direction. The HDMI port will be a socket and the display port will be a plug. And I'm just looking if I placed... No, that's not one. This one goes from USB-C to HDMI. So they have all kinds of adapters. You buy them on Amazon. They're under $10 usually. And I probably have it in a little adapter around here somewhere, because we're going to need it. We are going to go ahead and put this into our Corsair case. And as a reminder, it's a very unique looking case. It's white in bamboo. All of our parts are white. Motherboard is white, cooler is white, RAM is white, and very, very fast RAM, which I didn't realize at the time until I installed it. That's like 7,200 megatransfers a second, which is very fast if we want to turn on DOCP or XMP, whatever you like calling it. AMD has their terminology, Intel has their terminology, and they both essentially mean the same thing. But you can see here we've got this extra adapter cable for a second CPU power connector, which this motherboard doesn't have. And so when we clean this all up, we'll have to wire manage that and tuck it away. It's nothing that we forgot to put on. The board doesn't accommodate that. So, so far though, I'm very happy with this build. I think it looks stunning. I can tell right from the way it boots and installs Windows that it's very fast performing, and it should be a very impressive system without costing $2,000. Okay, the difference between this $1,200 system and a $2,000 system will probably be its graphics prowess, meaning putting a more advanced graphics card in it. That's probably going to explain your price difference, whether you're using Ryzen 5, Ryzen 7, or Ryzen 9. Or for that matter, an Intel Core or Ultra 5, Ultra 7, Ultra 9, or Core i7, Core i9. The differences between them are so minor that only the most extreme demanding users would ever tell a difference outside of running synthetic benchmarks that do not simulate real-world use. So if you have the money and you require that sort of minimal performance increase for a massive higher cost in comparison to the 5 series, don't let me get in your way. But for the rest of you, don't be fooled by the tech enthusiast videos that always want the fastest and the most expensive. If you can afford to live that lifestyle, after me, please, you go right ahead. For the rest of us who want to remain practical and make sure our money isn't buying us something that's going to go obsolete soon, and isn't going to cost us so much money that it depreciates in value by half price within the first year. My advice is stick to the middle. And the Ryzen 5 and the Core i5 and Ultra 5 are your best values. Second best value would be the i7 or Ryzen 7 or Ultra 7. And then the enthusiast, high dollar Rolls-Royce, Bentley. By the way, a Rolls-Royce and Bentley are still going to get you going at about the same amount of time in traffic, in normal surface roads and freeways as the cheapest car you could buy used for a fraction of the price. So what are you buying? You're buying a brand. You're buying an idea. You're buying a lifestyle. If what you want is a computer that's reliable, fast, and secure, it is completely unnecessary to spend that kind of money and get so little in return for it when you can spend half as much and by comparison get way better value for your dollar. At the end of the day, you make the decision that's right for you and your budget and your expectation and your needs. And I'm just trying to help guide people from underbuying or overbuying so that you can buy with confidence a good, reliable system that's going to last 8 or 10 years, and you're not going to have to, close escrow, take out a loan to make that, pay on a credit card for the next 10 years. So for me personally, whether it's an Intel i5 or a Ryzen 5, that is where your best bang for the buck, performance, reliability, security, all of that tied in for the dollar. That's where the value is, right? Anything above that, you're throwing money down the toilet. You're flushing money down the toilet. Hello, everybody joining us in the chat. Hope you're having a great Sunday today. Let me scroll up to the beginning here. A shout out to our friend Mark Gaines with a $75 Amazon gift card that he sent. Thank you, Mark. Mark joining us from Northern Ireland. And I see Mortant and Scott joining us, along with John Williams and Daryl Loftus, Katrina H., Badger, and Gary Bickle. Say hello in the chat room. Welcome in. Michael Lavelle and Rick Lakes say hello. Hey, there's Mark Gaines there in the chat saying hello. I also see, scrolling, hold on. Lou Greeny, our friend from Vermont, joins us and says hello. There's also Doman 2000 and Channel 0 joining us. Chat room is buzzing today. Love it. Kevin Lanthier says hello. Sorry, yeah. Kevin says hello. John says hello. Andy Kane says hello. Welcome in. Darren Gilholm joining us. Ben Laird from Scotland says hello. Dan Nilsson says hello from Sweden. Of course, Marlena, our channel administrator, hanging out in the chat room also to help answer questions or provide links, is there if you want to talk or ask questions to Mara. Just put the little @ symbol, the shift number 2 on your keyboard, and start typing the word Mara, M-A-R-A, and it should just offer that name. Click on that, and then whatever your question or message is, and that directs it to that person. That's how that works in our live chat room. If you're watching this video after it airs, you're missing out on 50% of the fun, which is to interact with each other and myself while we're live. I imagine just watching this video after it airs without joining in and participating is a bit like, I don't know, watching baseball versus playing baseball. For me anyway, I would much rather be in the game than watching the game. And especially if it's something very slow, like golf or fishing. I don't mind doing those activities, but watching them is painful. I know some people watch these videos after they air and they don't get it. Why is the video 3 or 4 hours long? It's like saying, why did you have lunch with your friends for 1.5 hours? I can eat lunch in 15 minutes. Yeah, I think you missed the point that it wasn't me eating alone, and we weren't there for the food. So if you get that and you want to join us, all we ask is that you're kind. So if you're consider yourself a kind individual, please join in our live chat and say hello. That's all you have to do. Doesn't matter how awkward or uncomfortable you might feel. Everybody can say hello. It's super easy. And then watch what happens. Because we have one of the, as far as I'm concerned, the biggest, friendliest group of people anywhere on YouTube in our community. And we would love to see it grow with like-minded, other kind individuals. And if you feel like that's a good fit for you, then you are always welcome to join us. Scott Luzmore says hello. Welcome in, Scott. Bajan Guy says hello. Gil Garcia joining us. Scrolling. David Martinez says hello. Mike Visions with a £5 super chat says hello, Carey. How are you, my friend? Hello, all in chat. Hey, Mike, thank you for the super chat contribution. We're doing well. Hope you are doing well. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Matt says hello, as does Mark Leibowitz. For those of you who don't know, Mark, we have a couple of viewers that also run computer repair shops. And Mark is one of those people that has a computer repair shop in the Chicago area. And he'll often share stories with his adventures in helping customers. Maybe a good, among a lot of other people in our chat room who are very well versed in computers, we do have several other computer repair shop owners that if you're asking a question in the chat room, a technical question, don't dismiss the answers coming from our community, because many in our community will know more about your answer than I will. They might be more familiar with it. There's a really good chance they'll be more familiar with it. So please, take that under consideration. This isn't some random Reddit forum where anybody can respond. Many of these folks have proven themselves through time and again helping others in the community, asking for nothing in return, and the information they provide is never a prank. So it may not be right, but it's the same for any of us. We do our best guess based on our experience, not based on our Google searches, and or a combination of both, right? We don't rely just on what Google says, which is what other community members might do, but for the most part here on this channel, the answers are coming from experience, and they're not just guessing. In most cases, it's still, I suppose, a guess, but it's more of an educated guess versus just a blind guess. So keep that in mind, and certainly keep your questions coming throughout the show. I love interacting with everybody and also watching everybody interact with each other. Dazzle555 says hello. Felipe Suarez says hello. There's also somebody's name just scrolled by real quick here. Oh, Paul O'Brien says hello. Frank Jimmy, that's who I was looking for. Frank, I believe, ran a computer repair shop. I don't know if he still does or not, but as I mentioned, we have several in our community that have professional experience in this industry, and don't be shy. They enjoy answering or making an attempt to answer your question as much as I do, and they are sincere. Good to see you, Frank. Matt says it is warming up. Yeah, we're going to be hitting record high temperatures here in Phoenix next week. We're looking at 90+ degrees Fahrenheit already. We normally don't hit 100 degrees until late April, early May. So this is unusual, and I hope it's temporary. I hope it cools back down. Whatever this is, it's way too early for 90 degrees Fahrenheit in February. That ain't right. Mark Leibowitz said he was just watching the VivoBook repair video from last week, and he says that was definitely an adventure I could relate to. Yeah. Well, Asus is a popular brand, and many of those laptops, even from other brands, they have some very similar frustrating commonalities and how they disassemble in the little plastic clips. The good news is not all laptops do that, but more and more it's becoming the norm, and it's frustrating because everything's so delicate and tiny. Yeah. 3D Everything joins us and says hello. There's Snakebite saying good afternoon. Welcome in, everybody. Where we left this off on Friday is I had updated the BIOS, installed Windows 11. I think I activated it off screen and went through all the Windows updates, but that, I'm pretty sure, is where I stopped. I haven't done anything else with it. At this point, this is what I refer to as the motherboard prep, the preparation. Now, ordinarily, this would be done inside of the computer case. However, because I'm making videos and I want to teach and show you what I'm doing, it's important that I do this outside of the case, make sure everything's good to go. This gives you, the viewer, the opportunity to see with much better clarity what my hands are doing and what I'm touching, even if we don't have necessarily close-ups currently. When it's in a case, unless we have an overhead camera, you can't see anything. You just see my arm up to about here, and you have no idea what I'm doing. If you're wanting to build a computer at home, I don't recommend that you do what I'm doing here unless you're filming it or teaching people. You should start by placing your motherboard into the case. So I want you to know the way I build computers for my videos is different than the way I build computers off camera. I would not work this hard. This is working way harder than you need to. The only exception would be if I'm using anything used that I sourced from eBay or Facebook Marketplace. I don't want to go through the effort of installing that until I've tested it, right? Only to have to take it back apart again, potentially. But everything we're using in these videos, primarily on computer builds, is all brand new stuff. So when you have all brand new equipment purchased from reputable sellers, in this case it's all from Amazon, we have 30-day free returns if we need to return it for any reason. On top of the warranties, we have a 10-year warranty on the power supply. We have a 5-year warranty on the NVMe drive. But within those first 30 days, you could always send back to Amazon if there's any trouble. We very rarely, like once every 2 or 3 years, get one part that's just bad out of the box. It's so uncommon, and it's becoming less and less common as the manufacturing process keeps improving through automation and robotics. So everything is always the same and consistent. But what's not the same and consistent is how your delivery driver either delicately delivers your package or does a 50-yard field goal with it from the curb to your front door. There's nothing manufacturers can do other than try their best to pack their items as best they can to withstand as much as what would be considered reasonable jostling in shipping. But somewhere in that distribution chain, you have somebody who is mishandling the boxes. It's not the manufacturer's fault. So we do sometimes hear from a viewer that says, nearly all the parts I get are broken. How can you, Carey, say you never get broken parts when I always get broken parts? Because you and I have different delivery drivers. That's why. And what I'm trying to say by that is that the most common experience you're going to have as a viewer is that these products, when they're new, they're going to arrive perfectly fine. And there's a few of you who happen to live in certain areas where somewhere in that delivery chain, if you're getting product that's not working on a regular basis more than once or twice a year, it sounds like you're having a delivery driver issue that's drop kicking the packages to your front door. You know, what can you do? So just bear that in mind. There's always going to be exceptions. I don't live in a world of absolutes where it's always going to be the same for everyone all the time. There's always going to be exceptions, and those exceptions are usually very easily explained. With that, since we have everything already prepped and working, what I can do now is just get this ready to put in the case. And to do that, I'm going to disconnect the power supply and get it out of the way. Normally, and one thing I really don't like doing is hooking up a liquid cooler out here on the bench, because it's tethered by these hoses, and it makes the installation way more difficult than it needs to be. But it also shows you the installation in a much clearer way than just putting it in a case. Again, if we had multiple cameras and even better lighting, because the cases are dark on the inside, that makes seeing even more difficult what's going on in there. But you know what? I enjoy a challenge, and if it means it's going to be a little bit more difficult for me to install this, it's worth it so you guys get a clearer view. But I don't want you to think this is a normal way to build a computer. I want to make sure that's absolutely clear. This is working way harder than you need to, but is worth it if you're trying to make videos and you want to show everybody what you're doing. So to prep this for installation into the case, I want to get the power supply out of the way. That's going to go in a case. That's the power supply we're going to use on the build. And then the rest of this, what I need to do essentially is clear some room on this bench. Having a big work desk that you can work on that's well lit and that is not on carpeting, that is going to be the best place to build your computer. My bench here is not the bench I intend to keep using. Either I'll add another one, I'll figure something out. But this is a pretty small workbench. This may be the smallest workbench I've ever had. Both in depth and in length, it's just simply not as big as what I'm accustomed to. So I have to get a little creative in the cramped space until we get everything sorted out. We will eventually have this desk issue resolved. But before I used to work on a kitchen countertop. Kitchens are normally not carpeted, so you don't have to worry about electrostatic discharge. They're typically very well lit, and you often have a counter in the kitchen, you know, away from any water or anything, that you can temporarily clear off and use as a workbench. And that's why the kitchen is one of the best places for a home builder to build a computer. Now, if you have a workshop or a garage, again, garages are not normally carpeted and may already have a bench in there, but they're typically dark unless it's daylight and you can open the garage door and let the sunlight in which case light should not be a problem. For me in Phoenix, the problem is garages are not temperature controlled. So there's no air conditioning when it's 115 degrees outside, or in the summers, we have over 100 days in a row of temperatures over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Every summer, 3 straight months without a break. Without all the insulation in the walls because there's no air-controlled garage. And then with the traffic driving in the street, making a video, the microphone picks up all the noise. So for me, making videos, the garage is not the right place. If I lived out in the sticks in a rural area somewhere without all the noise of the city around me, that'd be very doable. Especially, you know, if I went back to my home state of Michigan where the weather isn't as extreme. But if you're wondering why, and I've gotten that question before, when you're making videos, there's other considerations, including, you know, somebody's playing loud music, microphone picks it up, YouTube sends me a copyright violation. And if that happens 3 times, they shut the channel down and tell me I'm not allowed for the rest of my life to monetize my videos. It's that easy. So that's all the reasons for the layout of the channel and why it looks the way it does. And it may explain why other channels do something similar, or they'll get themselves like in a proper studio. But you got to make some big money and typically partner up with some corporations that can control what you say and make you show the content to the manufacturers who are paying you to get their approval before you can show it to your audience. And in exchange, you get paid really well, but you also lose your voice and you're told what you're allowed to say and when to say it. And if you don't do those 2 things, you don't get paid. And if you don't get paid, you can't pay for the studio. So we're trying to maintain our own independence through our viewers so that we can review what we want, when we want, how we want. We do it live, unscripted, and unrehearsed, so everything is real and everything is genuine. And as such, we have a much smaller budget to work with, but we make it work. And thanks to our community, because without them, this video would absolutely not exist. This is a $1,200 investment for a computer I don't need. It's strictly for you guys, and it's paid for by you guys. That's it. You guys are happy to contribute. I'm happy to do the work for free. On the other hand, should everything go the other way and nobody, you know, contributes, or we can't get the contributions for this kind of content, we'll have to figure out a way to make content that doesn't cost any money. So if you're enjoying this video, thank our supporters, because without them, as I said, wouldn't happen. That's all the members in green. That's the Amazon gift cards, PayPal contributions, and super chats. So as a reminder, let's get that up there. That's the computer case that we're working with today. It's a Corsair. Got some plastic. You always got to cover the manufacturer's logo. Everything else can get scratch tinted, but not the logo. That's like a universal, almost religious belief following that manufacturers have. The whole product could arrive with nothing protecting it, but the logo. I just think that's hilarious. Now, I've not worked with this case before. This is the 2500, Corsair 2500. And it's kind of a shorter aquarium style dual chamber case. And I've got all the documentation and spare parts that we used on Friday's show in this motherboard box. All our extra power supply cables are in this bag. This case, at this price, it's pretty pricey, comes with no fans. This box of fans, this is 3 fans that are RGB. I think Corsair wanted about $20 to $30 per fan. I got all 3 fans for $13 from a company called Thermalright, who also makes the cooler, for 75% less cost than Corsair's 240 millimeter most expensive cooler. Corsair makes several. I'm going to go to the most expensive one at $200 to give you an idea of just how much profit Corsair and NZXT and others are making on their coolers. Because Thermalright sells this one for $50 with 2 RGB fans, and they're making a profit when they sell it retail at $49.99. They're making a profit at that price. So how much profit are Corsair and NZXT making? Among others, those are 2 real popular big manufacturers that manufacture all-in-ones. Those are the big manufacturers that can afford to pay tech enthusiast content creators to promote their products. These smaller guys like Thermalright, they don't have the budget for that. Same with the Silicon Power RAM. Same with the Orico NVMe. These are underdogs in this industry that make a very good product for a far better value. They're going to cost you less and deliver the same equivalent of everything of the name brands, but you're not paying the tax on those name brands. And that tax, which is the name Corsair, is quite hefty. Like this case, I think, is way overpriced. But because there isn't, to the best of my knowledge, an Underdog similar build that we could have selected, now we're dealing with some exclusivity. So if we wanted a case that looks like this, exactly like this, we only had one to pick from, and they can charge whatever they want to when there's no competition. If you're somebody that doesn't mind paying 2 to 3 times the cost of something because you like to see a specific brand name and that makes you feel good, I'm not telling you not to buy them. I am suggesting that you can buy something just as good with the same warranty for a fraction of the price, who just simply doesn't have that kind of marketing money to make you aware they exist. Like the Feijing drives that we use too. I've never seen one go bad. They run nearly identical to Western Digital drives, and they cost 25–30% less. Why would you spend more? Because you want to see the name Western Digital? Same warranty, same read and write speeds. I understand why it's happening. If you're the underdog, you have to give people a reason to choose you over the name brand. So the best way you're going to do that is to make your price more enticing and match the warranty and performance. Now, not every Underdog product is going to do that, but we're very specific with the make and model of everything we use here that we recommend. And if it's passing my muster, you know, if you've been watching this channel for a while, I am not the easiest guy to impress. I'm Gen X, okay? I'm just a skeptical part of a skeptical generation. You know, talk the talk, that's all well and good. You got to show me and prove it to me. Because if you can't show me and prove it to me, it's just noise. So we do the testing here with our budget. We spend our money to buy the products. And if we're lucky, sometimes one of these smaller manufacturers will send us a product for free in exchange for review. That's what happened with the RAM from Silicon Power and the 2 terabyte storage drive from Orico. We're very fortunate and we appreciate their support. And we also see the value to them that we get to introduce their products that our audience may not even know existed. We make the introduction. I'm not here to sell it to you. If you want to save some money, evaluate it for yourself. You buy it from Amazon. We always have links to Amazon, and you have 30 days to return any of those products back to Amazon for any reason, even if the reason is just because I want to. That way you don't have to take my word. Remember, I expect the same from others that I expect from myself. Prove it. You can tell me how great a product is all day. How do I separate what's true from a snake oil salesman? And the only way I know of is personal experience with a peace of mind that if it If I don't like it, I can return it without a hassle. And so for that reason, I buy most of my stuff from Amazon. And while Amazon also doesn't pay me to tell you that, we do make commissions, very tiny little commissions. If you do buy anything from Amazon using our link, just for full transparency, that also helps finance this channel. It doesn't affect you at all. You're still going to pay the same prices and get the same delivery. And we don't know you did it. All we know is a product was purchased at a certain day for a certain price. And this is how much commission that Amazon owes us for that product. We don't know who bought it or where it went. Just somewhere, somebody bought something on this day at this time. This is what it is. This is what they paid. And this is our commission. So if you reach out and ask us, hey, did you get a commission on that? Whatever. We'll certainly tell you if it worked. But otherwise, it's anonymous. And as I mentioned, it doesn't cost the person buying any. There's nothing different on the purchaser's end. Everything's exactly the same. So we certainly appreciate when people go out of their way to use our links, even when they're purchasing something entirely different. So if you clicked on the link for this case and decided, oh, you know what, I need an air filter for my car, and while you're at Amazon, you search for that and make that purchase, we still make a little tiny commission off of that $10 air filter. You know, we might make 10 cents. But it does add up when people all over use that link. And it's another revenue stream for us that allows us to maintain our unbiased integrity in the industry that holds up to my standards of running a computer repair business, where my reputation is on the line, that my whole business survives on. Without that, I lose the business, and how do I have an income stream that I can live off of? You know, unless I start taking deals from big manufacturers on YouTube. Both of these things have to happen for this YouTube channel to work, at least at this level. So I need both income sources to make this happen. I wish it was more like, you know, the bigger channels kind of money they bring in, but without having to sell myself out to do it. If you know a secret to that, you let me know. All right, so we're going to be installing, I don't know if we're going to use all 3 fans. I think I just wanted 1 fan just for the back. And 1 fan cost half as much. Let me rephrase what I'm about to say. The 1 white fan that's RGB from Corsair costs twice as much as 3 fans that are white with RGB from Thermalright. Are they going to be worse in quality? Are they going to be are they essentially going to be the same? We're going to find out together. But so far, we're off to a great start with the cooler. It is absolutely the single easiest all-in-one cooler I've ever put together. That was shocking. Just how the fans were already pre-attached. All I had to do was slap the bracket on and screw it down with some thermal compound on. I haven't seen air coolers that easy to install, at least onto the motherboard. Now I'm curious if this is going to fit right back here. See how there's a vent right back here? And you see how there's a big hole just to your left right there? I want to put the cooler in so it faces straight up and down. You can see the fans. Will that fit in there? Let's find out. We also have to get the board mounted. I know that's going to fit just fine. So let's work on this for the first time. I don't know anything about this case with regards to any sort of preparation, rehearsal. I've been so busy. Yeah, it's been a wild two weeks here because we have a lot of stuff going on off camera with some renovation work and whatnot, and that'll be continuing here next week and probably the week after that. But once it's done, we shouldn't have to revisit any of that for another 10 or 15 or 20 years, I hope. So I removed these 2 thumb screws, and then, I don't know, does this slide back or does it slide out? The reason I mention what's going on off camera is if I had the time, I'd sit down and watch a video review of the case and get some idea of what I'll be working with. But I just haven't had time. So anyway, as a computer technician for 34 years, I should be able to figure this out. Now, I see some tabs right here on the side. That usually indicates that you push outwards. If it was more of a handle, then you usually slide it back. So just by looking at what you're working with, it should be pretty obvious. There's no shame in using instructions, but do you want to sit here and watch me read? You want to talk about boring. And I don't get that opportunity when I go on site and do field service work. I work on whatever a customer has. It doesn't necessarily mean it's anything I ever sold them or that I've even met that customer before that day. I'm expected to go to their location and fix their issue, regardless of what printer, regardless of what computer, regardless if they built it themselves or how old it is. I'm supposed to go there, know what I'm doing, and figure it out, and then do that in a reasonable period of time, earn some money that doesn't sticker shock the poor customer, and hopefully they're so happy with the quality, the speed, and the price that they will refer me to other people that mention to them, hey, you know a guy that fixes computers? That's how I stay in business, because marketing costs a lot of money, which takes us back to these products that don't pay us because they don't have that kind of marketing money the way the big companies like Corsair and NZA, I want to pick on those two today, they have big marketing budgets. So of course you're aware of them, and of course you see the most videos from those companies in the tech realm because they're paying for that exposure. So does this slide out or what's going on here? Let's see. Yep, pulls towards me, and we will take this off. Now we do have some plastic here we can peel off. And it's usually on both sides. I've met some customers that leave that plastic on. I have really uncomfortable memories of sitting on my grandparents' couch that was covered in plastic, and it was cold and loud and uncomfortable. That's what I mean, uncomfortable memories. It's the most uncomfortable couch to sit on, just covered in a plastic. That was a thing in the 70s, you know. My parents didn't do it, but my grandparents sure did. So I got a little PTSD when I see computers where the owners, or remote controls for TVs, or the TV itself around the frame still has plastic on it. And when you peel the plastic off, it's amazing how much better the TV or the remote control looks, because the plastic has gotten nasty and it was never intended to be on while you use the device day after day, week after week. It's just there for shipping to keep it from getting scratched up. But it's your stuff, you know. And what I say about the people who leave the plastic on is that is a very nice thing to do for the next person you sell it to, because for them it'll be like brand new and they'll be able to enjoy it in that brand new condition because you never did. Doesn't bother me. That's what you want to do. Just can't understand why you do it. Now, I think this piece here will come off, but let me get my glasses so as I can see, because I'm looking at a couple of screws here. I see one right here, one right there, and it looks like this seat's straight down, so I'm wondering if maybe we have to take this lid off. I'm not sure. Does the lid just pop up? Ooh, oh, that just bent like a piece of wood. You ever hear the sound a toothpick makes? A wooden toothpick? It just made that cracking sound. So what it appears is that this is real wood, first of all. Oh, boy, I did a good number on it. It did not cause any sort of a tear to be visible, but it is definitely torn. It is very weak right here, and I've weakened it much worse. I can see there's a screw here, and there's probably one on the other side. And I will also guess that maybe just the white piece right here comes out. Again, without looking at any documentation and just trying to evaluate how all this goes together. Do be aware that that is a fragile piece of this case. In fact, as I touch it now, you'll see it. If you look very closely. I mean, it's not going to take much for that to just break right off. It's been compromised now. So that is the downside of using real wood. Okay, lesson learned. No harm, no foul. Let's just keep going. Oh, are those screws? Those are rivets. Those are rivets right there. So that means That means if we want to lift this up, maybe that's what this tag is for. Does it lift straight up? Pull back, yeah, lift straight up. Okay, so just this piece of the top lifts up. Do not try and lift up. Actually, there's no overhang on the big side. It's only on the little side that it hangs out, and that's where it's going to crack if you try and lift that out. That's unfortunate, especially for a case of this price. It's nice. It's a nice touch that they used real wood, but it's so thin, it's like balsa wood. It's very, very easily damaged. So if you're going to go with this particular case, be very mindful of that edge right there. Don't put any pressure on that. It doesn't take much. Ask me how I know. Doesn't take much to crack it. Now, as long as I'm very mindful of that, I'll be okay. But if I start picking this case up where this can catch, I promise you that whole piece is going to rip right off, and you're going to have a jagged edge there. At that point, the cleanest way you're going to be able to deal with that is going to be to take this piece off. There's a screw right there. And then you could probably contact Corsair and pay for a new piece, because that's not a defect. That's just mishandling. So that would be my fault. So there is a downside, obviously, by not knowing the intricacies of a particular case design. Normally, they wouldn't be that fragile. However, it is what it is. And as I learn it, I will, explain it to you so that you don't have to make the same mistakes I make. And instead, you can make your own mistakes. So to get this installed, as I mentioned, I still want to continue to get these panels off of here. So we still have this rear panel to remove, and that's going to allow us to put the power supply in. And I also want to set the case down to work with gravity when putting this board and the liquid cooler in. And as I mentioned, I think this front comes out, but I'm just not sure how. I don't know if it's just gonna pull away or if it's secured in there. There does appear to be clips holding the glass in, and now I'm being very cautious because I want to grab onto that piece of wood. That's where everything's connecting in, so it's a natural grab point, but it's so delicate I will crack it off. So I think that just pulls away, but I could be wrong. I see a clip under here. I see a filter under here for the power supply. That's always good to see. This definitely looks like it just pulls straight off. But I'm so afraid of cracking that wood. I may not be putting enough force on it. Or there's a screw still holding it in, which is also possible. It may be these two screws right here. This one right here, and this one right here. Don't put too much force on a computer when you're building it or working on it. That implies you're doing something wrong. Everything should install and remove with very little effort. Enough for things to sort of click into place. Beyond that, any more force than that is probably you doing it wrong, taking the wrong approach. So we'll take these two small screws out here, because that's what it looks like is holding us in. Oh, see how much easier that was? So we've got a couple of hooks here. We've got a couple of bend, well, just this one point here. There's two metal posts that stick out that go into these like cabinet style holders. And now look how open that is. So again, we've got plastic on this that we can remove here and here. If you're ever curious how these go back on, notice the way the paint is only on 3 sides. That's going to indicate very easily when you've got it upside down, because it won't look right and it won't fit either. So we'll set that over here, keep it out of harm's way of getting any scratches or banging into it. come around here now to go back to what I was doing, was taking this rear panel off. That looks like it's going to pull the same way, and it does, and everything comes apart very, very easily. And we'll set that right over there. Okay. Now you should have a nice good view of what this case looks like on the inside. We've got some great cable management ports through here, right through here, 1, 2, and 3 down below. We've got this big open area to work with for our motherboard. Hopefully the cooler will fit in there. And just off, right back here, if I turn this way, these are 2.5-inch drive trays, so you can put a 2.5-inch mechanical or solid state drive right where my hand is right here, and one above it. I don't know why you would, but you can if you want to. With regards to 3.5-inch drives, it looks like we've got right up here, if we take this thumb screw out, I'm going to guess this whole tray comes out. Oh no, it's just a little grill cover. And then behind that grill cover, there are 2 3.5-inch drive trays. And in there right now is the little plastic container that has all of the screws and like standoffs and things that we would need to install a variety of different parts into this case. Every computer case comes with its own set of screws designed for that case. I strongly suggest you put away the extra screws. You will always have extra screws, and you will always need them again years in the future. So trying to find replacements that are going to fit with your case or match the color and fit will be next to impossible versus just holding on to the extra screws. I like to keep everything in the motherboard box when I'm done. Put the motherboard box away somewhere where you can find it years from now when you might need some of the extra cables, like the SATA cables. We're not using any SATA drives, but maybe that'll change. So we keep the SATA cables in the box. They are white to match the case. They come with the case. We have a white antenna for the Wi-Fi. If we're not going to use the Wi-Fi, I don't see any reason to put the antenna on. That'll stay in the motherboard box. And again, all the extra screws, which is really nice that Corsair gives us this little separator, right? This plastic container that has some nylon zip ties that are white to match. We've got 2 hard drive trays, one here and one right there. They just slide in right there. If you want to remove this, it looks like you take out maybe these 2 screws, and then this whole cage will lift out. You could just remove it from your system if you want to free up the space. And of course, if you could fit it in the motherboard box, you could all keep it in one place. So that is what we're looking for case prep, right? Everything is open. Everything should be easily accessible. So what I've got to do now is just tilt the case, or turn the case so that it faces down. And that way I can, what I call dry fit the motherboard and this cooler to make sure everything's going to work okay or fit okay. So to do that, and again, doing it this way is the hard way. If we put the motherboard in and then mount the cooler and the radiator, then put the water block on, it's much, much easier. This is a little bit of a circus show because I've got to be able to hold both of these up, right, while they're connected. Now granted, I could disconnect the wires, but I can't disconnect these hoses without removing the block. Now removing the block is super easy on this. It's 2 screws. So it's not like it's too late for me to go backwards. I just don't want to. So we're just going to turn this around like so. I'm going to set it here and make sure all of the motherboard standoffs align with the holes on the motherboard, the mounting holes. And then I want to set this down, this radiator, and see if it'll fit in this hole. Oh, it fits easily. Super, super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Now, we're going to have to rewire it anyway because we want to go with all these wires, the power for the fans, the RGB for the fans. We're going to route that back behind the motherboard. So all of that's got to come off regardless. So we might as well just take it off now. This is ARGB for the water pump. So again, we needed to remove that anyway, and then we'll probably even undo all of these cables so we can route each cable separately, the cleanest route possible, and then rehook them up back behind the board where they won't be seen, and then that's going to leave this area wide open and really nice to look at, the way it's designed to look. So all these cables, we're just going to continue to make sure everything's been unplugged. We just plugged it in to test it and make sure and show you on camera what that looks like. And then of course you can see how well that radiator fits down in there. It's perfect. I do have to secure the board though. It'd be kind of a shame for me to tilt that so you can see it just to have the board slide out and hit the floor. Well, that might make a hilarious video. It would be very expensive for me and a little embarrassing. It looks like, let me just verify here, but it looks like all of the standoffs pre-installed are in the right positions. Yep, they are. So we don't have to make any changes whatsoever to standoff locations. They're all pre-installed out of the box, ready to roll. When you're paying this kind of money for a case, I certainly appreciate that minor work was done at the factory to a standard default setting. Same with the fans being pre-installed on the radiator. It's a nice touch. It's not rocket science to put the fans on, but that's just bonus at the $50 price point for that cooler. The fans were already attached. You didn't have to figure out which way they go on and what orientation to turn them. You can always change them if you don't like them. So for example, right now all of our power cables coming off the fans on the radiator are coming out towards the front of the case. Now we can run those cables up and across, that we have plenty of cable, or we can rotate the fans so the cables come off the other side so they go right to the cable management hole. They don't know the orientation of how you're going to put the radiator in. And so the downside of having the fans pre-installed like that is you still may have to rotate them. But most people would just leave it exactly the way it is, and I appreciate that. It's not costing me any more work if I had to put the fans on versus if I have to rotate fans that were already installed. What it is doing is the potential that I don't need to move the fans. I don't have to do the work at all. So best case scenario, you have to do nothing. Worst case scenario, you still have to put them on anyway, right? You just have to rotate them in my case. Or maybe you want the fans on the other side of the radiator. Once again, you'd still be installing fans anyway, so it's no different in that regard. Okay, that looks pretty good. Now I can secure the board, and somewhere in this little container we should have our screws. So we've got zip ties, we've got a front panel header that what this does is it takes your power switch and reset switch and power LED, and what you do is it appears that the case manufacturer, Corsair, has put all of those connectors, the power switch, power LED, onto one header. So you just plug one header in. But if you have a motherboard, which as far as I know does not exist on the planet, maybe it's a Dell or an HP or something that doesn't follow industry standard, and you can't plug that little connector in. What this does is you plug the connector into this, and it'll separate them back out into separate power switch, reset switch, power LED headers. I have never needed one of these in my entire career, but I really appreciate when, you know, most cases, the end of it, you're going to have to hook up this cable, hook up that cable, hook up that cable. They always go on all motherboards in the same exact order on the same exact place, and it's always the same, always, 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 if you're building your own machine or working on custom machines. And even on most Dells and HPs, it's always the same. But if you ever run into a machine where that predefined plug, where these are all combined into one plug, doesn't fit, let me know what the make and model is, because I've never seen that in my career. That's who this is for. Somebody that apparently doesn't exist. Anyway, it's there if you need it. So it's a nice touch, I guess. Now all the screws here are painted white. These are fan screws, and they're painted white to match the case. These are some washers. I don't know what those are used for. It says quick turn fan screws, SSD screws, hard drive and motherboard screws, washers, spare standoffs. Did you hear that, Cooler Master? Zip ties, and a front I/O adapter. I guess that's what they're calling this. So the motherboard screws are using the same screws as used for mechanical hard drives. These have got to be SSD because these are way too tiny. Not NVMe, we're talking SATA drives, 2.5-inch drives. The NVMe doesn't use screws on this motherboard. There is one spare standoff, but that's okay. That's one more than Corsair, one more than Cooler Master gave us. So this bag here, I don't know why they're separated into two. Oh, is it separated? No, they're not separated. It's one bag full of screws. Okay. Got to throw in there for a second. So let me grab my skizzers and let's just dump these out on the table. I just really, I don't understand why they make me have to cut this bag knowing I'm not going to use all these screws. The odds of needing all of these screws are very low. So now how am I going to store these screws? I guess I could take the extras and throw them willy-nilly in the box because this is not a resealable bag. So for that reason, I keep resealable little bags that come with other boards, sometimes with the same board, and I'll take the extra screws. And this is just a little Ziploc or sealable plastic bag, and that's why I save them. The other thing you can do, what I used to do before I had these little bags, is cut as close as you can to the edge, and then when you're done, fold it over and put one staple in it. And then that way, if you ever need to get back into that bag, you can just remove the staple. Otherwise, you have screws spilling out everywhere. And then how do you know if there were 6 screws or 8 screws left over? In other words, if you're trying to put something into the case 2 years from now and you can't remember, I can't even tell you how many are in there now, how many screws there are. However many that is. We need, how many of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We need 8 screws. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And all of those are extra. Now, let's say I need to work on this in 2 or 3 years' time and I need to add a mechanical drive or 2. How do I know how many spare screws are supposed to be in this box? Did I find them all? Do I have to dump the whole box and carefully sift through everything to find one more screw? It's in there somewhere, or is it? So if I put them all in a Ziploc box, a Ziploc bag that I seal, or it just occurred to me, we don't even need the bag at all. Because what Corsair has given us here is this little plastic holder. And we can just take all these extra screws, right? And it doesn't make any sense to me now that I'm realizing this, why they were in bags to begin with when they were already in a container that was already in a case, that was already sealed, that was already in a box, that was shipped to me in a box. Like, that's just over the top and wasteful. But there you go. Yeah, who puts stuff in plastic bags and then puts it into a little plastic separator? That doesn't make any sense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, easy peasy. But this is unusual to get these little plastic containers, and I really appreciate when NZXT, Fantex, now it looks like Corsair is starting to do that on the more expensive cases. And then when we're done, we just close that up and then stick it in the motherboard box. So when we need anything in the future, we have it all, and we don't have to wonder, is that all, or did it all just spill all over the box? Drives me crazy. All right. Let's get this secured. I'm just going to start these screws. I don't want to tighten them yet because we may need to adjust the motherboard to make sure that the holes in the motherboard align with the standoffs behind. So we want to keep it loose until all the screws have been started. Once they're all started, then we can tighten them down. It doesn't matter what order, and they don't have to be tightened to any specific specification. However, it's important you don't over tighten. Once the screws come to a stop, don't try and force them any tighter. There's no benefit to it. You can break the screw, you can strip the standoff, you can strip the motherboard tray, and you can crack the layers of the motherboard. A motherboard has multiple layers of circuitry in modern day circuit boards. Back in the day, a circuit board had one layer, just the top or the bottom, depending on your perspective. Now there's 7 layers of circuitry, and you can only see the top and the bottom. You can't see everything in the middle. So what do you think happens if you squish those layers with a screwdriver and over tighten it? You squish them together and they start to crack and even short out against each other, and you can't visually see it. Now maybe if you took the motherboard out and you looked at it from the side, you might see where you basically made a pothole on an otherwise smooth surface. But what you have to understand is this is all sandwiched together, and you just squish that sandwich so tight everything's oozing out the sides, kind of, not literally, but if it helps you visually to put that in comparison to what I'm trying to describe here, what we're trying to do is just make sure the motherboard doesn't fall out, that it won't vibrate loose in shipping or moving it around. So you want to make sure those screws are in tight, but don't over tighten them. Once they come to a stop, don't try and take them any further. Doing so is an error in judgment that is not a warranty issue. You broke it, you bought it. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait a minute, did I take out 9 screws? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I guess I took out 9, huh? And you never know, that may be the exact extra one we need at some point, or somebody who owns this computer needs at some point in the future. It's not like this thing is going to be like a Star Trek character who just, or Star Wars, they die and they just disappear. This case will be around several decades, and it'll probably change hands in its lifetime numerous times, especially as designs and fads change. And a case that looks attractive today looks tacky and gaudy tomorrow, but there'll always be somebody who appreciates that. And so hopefully the screws will stay. Even if they change the board, they'll take the parts out of the box, they'll keep it all together. Otherwise, well, not my problem anymore. This screwdriver has an auto stop clutch. There's a dial on the top, and I set it to the number 3. It's one of the lowest settings. That is more than enough to tighten everything down. And the cooler, the block for the cooler, is the only thing that we want to make sure is nice and secure. And even those screws, they come to a dead stop. If you try and turn them any more than that, you'll likely rip the screw. You'll shear it right off. So loose is bad, and over tightening is bad. You've got to be reasonable, or you're going to damage things. And I've seen people over tighten their cooler so tight that it bends the motherboard, and then some of their RAM sockets won't work, and they can't figure out what's wrong with their RAM. And it's because they used gorilla strength and bent their motherboard by putting the cooler on way too tight. If you're lucky, the screws just shear off before your board bends like that, because their RAM modules are right there. You over tighten a cooler, especially like on an Intel or an AM4 or another mounting system other than this one. You have 4 screws, let's just say, and those screws, as you're tightening them, you're pulling up on the motherboard. Okay, so your board sits like this, and you want to tighten those down so you have a nice solid fit between the 2 surfaces, between the bottom of your cooler and the top of your CPU. And if you over tighten it, and this is your motherboard starts to bend like this. You start to bend it up on both sides because you're pushing the center in, but you're not pushing the edges in. And with the RAM right there, then the RAM sockets bend. And suddenly you're saying, oh, my RAM sockets are bad. You broke them. You broke them because you overdid it. Take it down a notch, okay? Relax. It doesn't have to be, we're not submerging this into the sea under hundreds of pounds of pressure that must remain airtight. It'll never even touch water. There's no reason for anybody to reasonably turn screws that tight on a computer. Now, if you're going to put a cylinder head over an explosion that happens in the cylinder walls of an engine that uses pistons, and you don't want any of that pressure getting lost through the seals because they're too loose, or you lose horsepower and the car feels like it's, doesn't have any power and it's really slow. Then you use these great big tools that have a measurement of torque measurement on them, and you have to torque in a certain order to make sure everything is flat and level. That's not what this is, guys. I just don't want to see you breaking your parts and then blaming somebody else for it. Now, with the board installed, if I pick this up, just to give you an idea, just to visualize what this will look like, I can have the hoses at the top or at the bottom. It doesn't really matter. For me, I think having the hoses above is going to be much more attractive. So as I mentioned, these wires coming out that side, we can run them around. There's plenty of cable there, but it'll look a lot cleaner if we just rotate the fans 180 degrees. So these cables can go right through these holes right here. You won't even see them. You maybe see that much of them, right? Just from the edge of the fan right into the grommet, and they're white, case is white, the grommet's white. Won't even notice it unless somebody points it out. At the same time, I could also route these cables around and down, or around and up, or a combination thereof, and you also won't see the cables. It's just that that's a lot of cable that doesn't have to be inside of the visible part of the case. I literally just rested my arm on this, and I just heard it creak again. Sorry. I was just doing this, and that little overlap here, I just heard a little tiny bit of cracking. That is the single worst piece of this is the Achilles heel of this case. And remember, it only exists for a look. It's like a sticker. It doesn't do anything for us with regards to physical integrity of the case, and it could be removed, quite frankly, and it won't affect your computer at all. It just won't look as pretty. Because this is such a delicate, decorative, ornamental piece, just like a Christmas tree ornament, they hit the ground and they shatter, right? This is kind of like that. Not quite as fragile, but pretty darn close. I am not used to this. I'm used to dealing with steel, glass, even the glass is tempered. You can be pretty rough with it. This, bad design. There should be some support here. They should have figured out, whatever this piece of metal is right here that's holding it in, it should have extended out so that the edge of this is resting on a little metal lip that runs the length, no differently than the metal it's attached to. You see this piece of metal right here? The top of that should be the width of this wood. This has no support from this point all the way over. And that just cracks off and it'll be jagged and it'll give you splinters. You'll pick up the case, it'll gouge right into your hands, I guarantee it. That's what bamboo will do. Corsair needs to fix that. That's a bad engineering design that was easily fixable and avoidable. So, as pretty as it looks, it does have some improvements that could be made. That's one of them. We'll probably find some more as we go along. So looking again, if you look at it from this side, if we put the radiator in here, radiator fits really nice. We can set it right in there like so. I was hoping that was going to fit that well. That looks fantastic. That's exactly the way I saw it in my head. Now we can leave this piece in, or usually we can take these pieces out. It looks like, yeah, there's one screw here. And if we remove that one screw, if it's any easier, you can remove this and then install the radiator, like if we take the fans off of it, right? If we were, the right order of events should have been, you put your motherboard in first. Then you put your CPU and your RAM. You can add your power supply at any point. You could remove this, add the radiator to this, and then add your fans the way you want them, orient them the way you want them. Then put this in, and then finally put the block onto the CPU. That would be one of the last things you do. Because we're working a little backwards here, this is, again, for the reasons I've already explained, but also to emphasize there's not any one way to do this. There's an easier way, there's a harder way, but these aren't necessarily There's not an order that must be followed when it comes to assembling a computer. So you do have the freedom to, if you're anxious to do one part more than another, because that's the part you're looking forward to, then go for it. So I think I want to leave that in because of the situation we're in here where the radiator and everything's... I caught both the screw and the bracket. All right, so there's these little tabs that go in, and then there's a little notch that sticks out right here. That, I guess, prevents you from installing it the other way. Yeah, so it has to go in one way. I appreciate that. When we looked at the Lian Li case, it looked like it could go in either way, and I wasn't quite sure which way I took it out. So this, they did a good engineering design with regards to knowing proper orientation of that back plate. I guess if it fits and you make it work, it doesn't matter, but my preference would be to build it the way it was intended. And again, the idea is that if you don't, you're going to be working harder than you need to make things fit. You might struggle. I did struggle a little bit with the Lian Li 011 case because it was unfamiliar to me and I couldn't remember how some of the things came out, like this back plate would go in either way, which way was more desirable for me. Instead of me figuring that out, I could have just paid attention to how I disassembled it or played back my video to just determine the orientation. This, you don't have that concern regardless because it only goes in one way. So for that reason, I appreciate that. So when it comes to putting the radiator in, if we're going to turn these fans around, this is the time to do it now. And the reason I say that is if we mount the radiator now, we can still take the fans out, but it may be difficult to run the cables. I mean, my cables are already getting kind of caught up on the tool drawer I've got in front of me here. Two of them got trapped in two separate drawers. So again, if you feel any resistance on the parts, stop for a minute and see what the blockage is. Don't just brute force it. This stuff, well, it's not the most delicate, it's also not the most robust either. And if you break it because you want to use force, if that's your reaction, is to just pull harder, you're probably going to break something, and that's going to cost you money because that is not a warranty issue. That is a you issue. Enjoy your build. Slow down. Take a breath. If you're getting frustrated, walk away. Take a break. The boss isn't breathing down the back of your neck to get it done. It's you being impatient. That's going to cost you money in most cases, or cause you headaches and diagnostics that are completely avoidable had you just slowed down, not over tightened screws, and didn't force things that were sticking. You do you, but just set your expectations depending on the decisions you make and how you choose to respond. It is all a voluntary choice you're making. Okay, so if you're going to get mad at anybody because something went wrong, it's likely the first place you got to look is the mirror before you do anything else. Just reevaluate if you were in the best frame of mind when you did it. Okay, enough of that. Been not looking at the chat room, so let's go back over to the chat and see what everybody's saying here. 10 pounds from Mark Gaines. Let's see. Mark says, thank you for your reply. Oh, Mark's having an issue with a Windows 11 update that's not installing. We suggested some people that had that problem resolved it by turning off the Windows Sandbox feature. So we suggested he try that, gave him the steps to follow, and we were curious if that helped him or made any difference, and he's saying it did not work. Oh, he's got Windows Home. That's only a Windows Pro feature. Okay, I gotcha. Thank you for the update, Mark. We will look for some other solutions for you. Sometimes when we have a viewer that has an unusual issue, it requires, we go back and forth in email because there's a lot of information we don't have, and there's a lot of potential fixes. In most cases, there's a dozen or more potential fixes, and we don't know which of those dozen is, or if any of them will resolve the problem. So I will look at some solutions, determine which one I think is most likely going to solve it, send that back an email. When the person we're sending the email to has an opportunity, they can run our steps, and let us know the results. If it fixes it, we're done. If it doesn't fix it, that's fine. We'll move to the next one. So after the show, I'll email you, Mark, with another suggestion as I do a little bit more research on this. But every step we take that doesn't fix it gets us closer to what does fix it. So even if it seems like, oh, this is taking a long time, or that was a waste of time, it wasn't a waste of time. Knowing what's not working leaves what's left, and we're reducing what's left by one step. Each time we try something, we're getting closer to the resolution. Not that Mark was complaining, but for some of you, sometimes you think the first answer is always going to be the right one. It isn't, but it shouldn't cause any harm. It's either going to fix it or it's not. If it fixes it, we're done. If it doesn't fix it, we move to the next step. And we will repeat that until at such point we've exhausted all the possibilities. That's typically where a Windows reinstall would come in. But we are far from that right now. 3D Everything says this piece of wood should be flush with the case with the glass panel installed. It's a bit fragile with the glass removed. Yes, that's exactly right. But again, that piece of metal that supports this piece of wood could have been extended over the lip, and then this would not be a fragile point. It wouldn't be a vulnerable point for cracking. So I got a feeling that's going to crack over time. And it was such an easy fix. It was so avoidable. Why is it okay to support this piece of wood for 3/4 or 5/7 of it, but then to leave this edge when that metal could have extended here, and the glass could have been made just a 1/4 of a millimeter shorter if it created any fitment issues, because you have all of this area right up here, right, for that glass to fit. That's a custom piece of glass. It's not like they're using some universal size. They custom made that for this case. So why did they choose that? It's a bizarre, very bizarre engineering design failure or decision, because you already had the expense of customizing this metal bracket. So why wouldn't you have customized it for the entire length of a fragile, thin piece of wood? It's illogical to me. I can't see any engineering reason or cost reason why that would not have been done right out of the gate. So maybe they just didn't think about it. I don't know what was going through their minds. But to be honest, I wasn't thinking about it either until I tried to lift up on it without removing the screws, and I heard that wood cracking. That's not a good thing to hear, especially not on the top part of the case, which is the most visible, right? Everybody's going to see that. Of course, that's why it's there, because it's the most visible. And again, this is an expensive case, so to do that feels cheap. It even looks like they shaved the piece of wood down where the bracket is. So all they had to do, in fact, this probably would have lowered their manufacturing costs. It is slightly thicker, the wood, at the end of the bracket. If this wood were uniformly the same thickness, then the bracket could have been made wider so that this entire piece of wood was supported by the metal bracket underneath it. Instead, they shaved a piece of wood thinner where it attaches to the bracket, and then on the edge that's exposed, they made it a little bit thicker. Now, while I cannot see that crack, I can feel the crack right there where my finger is. I feel it. It is definitely cracked. And if that metal bracket were extended the length of the wood, that would have been impossible. So again, a minor little thing that was easily resolved with no expense, really, one way or the other, from Corsair. I have to assume it's an oversight or an error in judgment. I don't know. But if you buy this case, I want you to be aware of it so you don't do what I did. That's fragile. That is an Achilles heel of this case that should not exist. There's no good reason for that. But hopefully the feedback will help Corsair make a better product. Dustin Fuller joins us and says hello. There's Thomas Mac T saying hello. Channel Zero says, too much force. I once put a Core i9 CPU upside down. I guess he means he rotated it 180 degrees. $400 motherboard and a $700, and this is Australian dollars, which are, I don't know, half an American dollar, something like that. But regardless, it's still a lot of money. He put the CPU in upside down, and I guess he closed the bracket on top of it. This busted the pins on the socket and apparently broke the CPU, which normally the CPU wouldn't break. But if you used a lot of brute force, you could absolutely break it. So he had to buy a new CPU, high-end CPU, and a high-end motherboard because he pushed it too hard, way past where he should have stopped when it wasn't going correctly. And you know what? We're all allowed to make mistakes as long as we learn from them. Where things get embarrassing, for me personally, is if I make the same mistake more than once. Making a mistake once is human, and it's how we learn. There's nothing to be ashamed of. And by sharing our mistakes, it helps other people avoid those mistakes. Those other people now will make different mistakes, and that's okay. It's part of being human. But if you keep making the same mistake, then you're not paying attention. And I can assure you, the more expensive that mistake is, the longer that lesson will stay with you. The School of Hard Knocks is a great school, though sometimes the tuition can be pretty high. I have scars. I am a Gen Xer. I have scars. Talk to anybody who's Generation X and ask them about their scars. You'll be sitting there for a while as they share with you life lessons learned and the scars that are reminders to them. And they probably have a different story for every scar, right? Because they learned. So they didn't do the same thing to get another scar. They did something completely different. And it can be entertaining because they're here to tell you about it. And they will. If you ask, they'll be, you better sit down a while because there's going to be some stories. I'll tell you how I got this scar. Hold on. Let's move on to the next one. Those are all like the rings around a tree, you know, a life lived, mistakes made, and those reminders of those mistakes that ideally, because they left those reminders, never happened again. But yeah, this happens, and especially when you're working with unfamiliar hardware. Obviously, when we're handling laptops and other really small devices, we already know they're delicate because we're using little tiny precision screwdrivers. When you're using full-size screwdrivers in a big case, I don't expect it to be delicate. But expectations are half the problem, right? So when we can get the proper expectations, then we can take the proper approach. Be less likely to make mistakes or as severe of mistakes. In most cases, anyway. So let's see. Scrolling through the chat here to see what else I've missed. Zarosk became a supporter here. Well, thank you, Zarosk. Thank you for supporting our channel and becoming a member. Welcome aboard, my friend. Mecca Cameron says hello. John Doe says, I'd like to see you do another 8 to 10 year build. Well, essentially, John, any sort of Ryzen 5 or Core i5, Ultra 5, any of those processors combined with any 850 or 860 chipset with a power supply that's 500 watts minimum or more if you're going to add a graphics card. So if you're not adding a graphics card, you're going to run off internal graphics. Don't use a liquid cooler. Use an air cooler. Pick whatever case you want. And pick whatever RAM you want. Pick whatever storage you want. As long as it's solid state storage, you've got an 8 to 10 year build. It's that easy. It's so easy right now that the last 8 to 10 year build I did still applies. Nothing has really changed other than these new chipsets came out from AMD and from Intel. So the last one I did, I think, was the 14500 and 13500, which are still available today. And that 8 to 10 year build, all those parts I used are still available. Nothing has changed. Everything is kind of, all the excitement's over, all the product introductions are over. There is nothing new coming for another, well, AMD's got a couple CPUs coming out. But other than that, there's nothing exciting happening with motherboards for the next, at least a year. There's nothing exciting happening with Wi-Fi. Nothing's going to change on Wi-Fi 8, which is still 2 years away. It just makes Wi-Fi 7 more stable. I don't have any stability problems with Wi-Fi 7, so even though Wi-Fi 8 is still 2 years away, it doesn't offer any performance or security enhancements. It's a complete waste as far as I'm concerned. So it's going to be a while, unfortunately, until technology starts catching up. We're used to things happening at such a fast pace. I have been busting my butt just trying to keep up. I'm happy to have the break for a little while. And the good news is, for those of you watching, looking to do an 8-year build, whether you choose a 13500, a 14500, an Ultra 5, a Ryzen 5, whether it's a 7000 series, 8000 series, or 9000 series, it's all based on your budget. And stick with the motherboards that start with the letter B, as in baby. And those are your budget boards on AMD and Intel side. This is a B850. If it were a B860, that would be the latest chipset, budget chipset from Intel on their Ultra series. So you're going to spend a little bit more if you want the latest. So if you want budget and you want value, you buy the generation that's just a year out. That's already been polished and resolved. Any issues you heard about 13th and 14th gen Intel, that's all been resolved. It's all past history. Those issues don't exist anymore. So you're safe to buy them now that the technology's been polished and honed. And you know, the boards, the budget boards for the 850 or 750, 650. On the Intel side, 760. Those are your budget boards. Any case, any power supply, preferably 80 plus rated. Doesn't matter what the rating is. 500 watts should be your minimal if you're just using onboard video. Any RAM you want, any SSD, NVMe you want, any case you want, you're done. So there's really nothing to update in my video. We still may end up just kind of doing a repeat 8-year build, but it'll essentially be the same. Nothing's changed other than the new 850 and 860 boards. That's it. Okay, so, and that's only for the latest CPUs, which are not going to be budget minded, just by the way. A Ryzen 5 9000 series chip is more expensive than the 8000 or 7000 series of Ryzen 5. So if you want budget, you don't want to buy the latest parts. They're always the most expensive. All right, where are we at here in the chat? Channel 0 in the chat says, Carey, I certainly learned from that mistake. I don't know why it wasn't obvious to me. The text on the CPU goes the same way up as the text on the motherboard. Yeah, and furthermore, there's little notches around the CPU that align with notches in the socket. That's why you'll see me kind of give the CPU a twist without pushing it down, because if you don't seat it right, it won't be secured in the socket. It'll just move around like wildly outside of the socket. It'll come out. You just have to slow down and pay attention. Regardless of that, it's not a big deal in the sense that, yes, it was an expensive mistake, but the more expensive the mistake is, the more extreme that mistake is, the less likely you will ever repeat that again. So what's that worth? If you went to a school and you learned how to do this at school, at a college, how much would one semester cost you of school? And by comparison, the cost of a new CPU and chip is nothing compared to typically, at least here in America, the cost of one semester of school. Now, granted, the school will teach you a lot more, but how much are you going to retain? That's something you're going to retain forever. So try and see the bright side of it. You know, that's all I could say. Kevin says, yeah, I learned from my mistakes. I did over-tighten my CPU cooler and was not patient when removing the cooler, so it ripped the CPU right out. And now that lesson cost me. Yeah? Those are good lessons, though. The expensive ones are usually the ones that really stick with you. Those are the good ones. Now, if any of you do that twice, You made the mistake and then you make the mistake again. I don't have words. Otherwise, welcome to being a human. Right? It happens to us all. So don't beat yourself up over it. If I beat myself up over every mistake I made, I'd be knocked out cold. I'd be in a coma. It's not that professionals don't make mistakes. It's that when professionals make mistakes, they're responsible for them and they have to resolve them. Even if it means that you have to buy your customer a replacement part for what you broke, that's part of the liability of a professional. Versus if you just call a friend to help you and that friend damages something, likely that friend's not going to be buying you a new whatever they broke, whatever that is. That's why you're going to pay more for a professional, because the odds of them breaking anything is lower. And if they do break it, and they are truly a professional running a professional business, it is their liability and that their cost to make it right. I think if you watch, I think Greg Salazar is a great example of this, where Greg Salazar has a wonderful YouTube channel. He's down there in Florida, and he will work on viewers' computers for free. And if he breaks something, he will buy his customer a new part. His money. He's not necessarily getting a sponsor to contribute that part. Sometimes he'll put new parts in just because they're better than what the customer had. Like the customer's got a terrible cooler, Greg might put a new cooler on it, knowing he'll make the money back in the video. But sometimes mistakes happen, and if they happen, it's taken care of. You don't go, well, I gave it my best shot. It's not what a professional does. And don't think that professionals don't make mistakes. It's how they respond to those mistakes that separates them from the amateurs, which is professionals always make it right, even if the professional is losing money. So when a professional roofing company picks the wrong house and puts a roof on your house, well, you're on vacation and you come home from vacation, and this is a true story. Couple went on vacation, came back, there was a new roof on, or they were in the process. They had already ripped the roof, the old roof off, all the shingles, and they were retiling the roof. This is a $30,000 job. And they're like, what are you doing to my house? And they're like, what are you talking about? We were told to come to this address. That's not the address you're at. You've got the wrong house. Who do you think is going to pay for that? Rest assured, the people whose house was worked on will not pay for that work and could potentially sue the company for touching their house. They could consider their old roof maybe in better shape than the new roof they put on, and now they want damages to put the old roof back on or to put the equivalent roof. So it's not just the cost of materials and labor that the company at fault has to pay for. Now they may have to pay for damages as well. That's why you have errors and omissions insurance, E&O insurance in business. And again, when you're doing jobs that are $30,000 a piece, shouldn't be any big deal to cover it and make it right. And ideally, train your employees to verify they've got the right house before they start ripping the roof off. You should probably only do that once before it becomes a company-wide policy and people start losing their jobs. With computers, what's the most they can break? A couple $100 part. So, well, the profit margin isn't as great. The job isn't as big either, right? We're not doing a roof. Everything's at the same level as the other. You know what I mean? Like there's as much risk as there is gain. Sometimes, especially early on when you start your career, you might spend a little bit more as you learn where it's costing you money to work on computers. But that's the cost of your education. Now you can go to school and pay that money, or you can just go to work and get on-the-job training. It's going to cost you either way. The important thing is that when you're starting out, you establish and keep a reputation of quality and of job well done and done right, that you're responsive to your customers, and that you know, say you're a plumber and you fix somebody's plumbing and now they have a leak they didn't have before. Well, you're expected to come back and fix it because you caused it, right? Sometimes a customer might blame you for something unrelated. That's a different problem. Because you were the last one who touched it, now anything that happens is your fault. And it's up to you as a business owner to decide if you're just going to take care of it or argue with your client, potentially ruining your reputation. Even if the client's wrong, it might be cheaper in the long run to eat it than it will be to argue with the customer. But it depends what the problem is, right? If the customer is saying you owe them a new printer because you changed out their SSD, it's a $50 printer, you might just give them a new printer. It depends on how much is this customer worth. Is this a customer that's been good to you? Is this a new customer that could be a scammer? These are evaluations you have to make and decide as a business owner. You might universally just treat everybody as though they're not scammers, and if you lose a little bit of money just to establish that you're a good guy, that you're going to get their referral hopefully, and they're going to call you again in the future and generate more work, may be a good investment for you. If they're a scammer and they try it again, it's a one-time deal, right? It's like if I clean a virus off somebody's computer, and this happened a lot in the 90s and early 2000s, they take the computer home and immediately reinfect it again. And they say, hey, you didn't take the virus off. I'm like, no, you just reinfected it again. Then there's an argument. It's not good, not for business. So I say, I'll tell you what, I'm going to remove the virus one more time for you for free. I won't charge you anything for this. But if I give it back to you and you turn around and do this again, and I'm going to show you when you pick it up, it is virus free. So when you take it home, if you find a virus on it, you did something. I can't be held accountable. It's like you take your car to a body shop and they take the dents out from an accident. You drive it home and get it into another accident and go, hey, you didn't take all my dents out. No, you just put those dents in there just now. And that's why it's important that you sit down with the client and show them the work you did and make sure the client approves before you take any money. Is everything working the way you expect it to? I want you to check it while I'm here. Yep, okay. Sometimes you have them sign a disclaimer basically saying that I am a satisfied customer. I get their money and I sign I received your money. Now they have a receipt that they paid, so I don't come collecting. And I have a receipt that they were happy with the work. Now, when friends help each other, they don't do this. Why? Because a friend is probably not going to be replacing anything for you if they break it or if they don't. You know what I'm saying? So you get what you pay for. Professional versus amateur. There is a, or not amateur, but versus an enthusiast. There's nothing wrong with either side, but there's definitely a difference in liability and accountability if you're wanting to establish a regular income, sustainable way of living. You can't just take advantage of people or damage people's stuff and think that you're going to be able to stay in business for years. You're probably going to end up going out of business very soon because bad news travels way faster than good news. I'm just looking back through the chat at some of the conversation I see you guys having with each other, which of course I love seeing that. Katrina H said, wow, great coordination, quick reaction. Oh, that was when the screw in the Yeah, sometimes you get lucky, right? Don't just stand there and stare at it. React. It takes practice. And you're not always going to be successful. I'm glad I got it on camera. I amuse myself sometimes. Luke Greenia says, just for informational purposes, according to the manual for this motherboard, the HDMI port being hidden over there is a sensor panel link. What's a sensor panel? Is that like if you wanted to put a screen on the front of the case? Or is that, or if you wanted to put like a deadhead connector in there to simulate you had a monitor connected so that You could turn the computer on without any monitor, and it thinks there's a monitor attached for like remote access. Oh, I don't know what a sensor panel link is. Because usually sensor panels don't use HDMI ports. They use, you know, like a temperature sensor. Some kind of sensor is usually a different style of connector. So I don't know what that means. I mean, I'm sure it's there for a reason, but that doesn't make it any clearer. At least not to me. I think I'm caught up with the chat room. Am I? Katrina says, I once pulled an AMD Athlon FX and an AMD Bulldozer CPU when deconstructing OPCs, but they were for the recycle bin anyway. Yeah. They were for the, well, not the Athlons, but those Bulldozer CPUs. They were destined for the e-waste as soon as they came off the factory floor. She said she bent the pins on those AMD CPUs, destroyed the board for sure. Yeah, well, and again, when you're dealing with deconstruction or dismantling, you probably, if you're just gonna take it apart to recycle it, who cares? You're not gonna be delicate in taking your care because you just want it apart as quickly as possible. Sometimes that's really very therapeutic too. If you saw me take apart that big Dell XPS, the XPS deconstruction, there's so many screws in that. I had a table full of screws. It was so over-engineered, but it was so fulfilling to be able to take my aggressions out on it. Knowing that I didn't have to figure out where all the screws go back, just completely remove them, and you know, the screws I probably kept, but the all of the equipment, the case, the motherboard, all that went to e-waste and recycling. All right, so I guess I can turn these fans around, and we'll do that now while the radiator's out. I could do it while the radiator was in, but I just think this will be easier. I could be wrong. All I want to do is turn the fans so that these wires are facing me, so that when I put this back in, as I demonstrated, these wires will be coming out this side, which will go through these wiring grommets right here, so you won't even see the wires, or just maybe that much at most. It's not a required thing, it's just a personal preference. Now what's interesting is these screws have a shoulder on them. And that means, unlike other screws that we put into other radiators through the fans, these will only tighten as far as the threads go. So you don't have to worry so much about, remember how I said don't make the screws too tight when you're putting the fans on the radiator, because it'll start to bend in the rubber on the corners that's there as an anti-vibration dampener. And when you start bending that little rubber gasket in, it removes its flexibility to be able to absorb the vibration noise. With these screws only having a thread at the end, they're going to stop regardless. And the rest is what we call a shoulder. That's where it's all smooth. That's on a $50 cooler. I'm even more impressed than I was before. How often does that happen? What you may be witnessing right now in this video is an adoration for this brand Thermalright. If they're building quality products at such low prices, why am I still buying Corsair and NZXT? What am I thinking? If this is their standard on the cheap side, how much better is their more expensive stuff, which is still less than half the price of Corsair's and NZXT's coolers? Are the fans just as good? Maybe they're even better. Is it possible they're just better and cheaper? I would love that to be true. We're going to find out. The best benchmark I can put this through is to actually use it. And in time, any sort of hidden, ways that suddenly explain why it's so inexpensive will be revealed, if they exist. That is really the only test that matters in my book, is actual use in reality. So we'll find out if we learn anything unpleasant, or if everything stays no different than any other brand, or any other quality brand, name brand, that costs 2 to 3 times more. This driver is just not quite sitting into the head of the screw very well. That one's good. That one closest to me was pretty loose. Like I say, with the shoulder on these do tighten up, which is instead of guessing, did I over tighten it? This one's going in a little further for some reason, but that's good right there. The other thing is, because there's a lip on here, if I put weight down onto this radiator, it's very soft metal, and it'll sort of bang it up a little bit. So I do want to be mindful of that. And it doesn't really impact the cooling ability of the radiator. It's just aesthetically not as pleasing. I want to remind you, if I simply would have taken the block off of the CPU, I wouldn't have to work in a confined space. I would have been able to just set this right here on the bench. So what I'm thinking is, if I turn this fan so that these cables kind of come out together, not that I have to, they can all route through the same wire management hole here, right through here. Otherwise, I could rotate the fan another 90 degrees and have one wire go out one hole here. I don't know how you guys are going to be able to see that. One there, and then maybe one up here. I don't really know that it makes any difference, to be honest. Are we better off keeping all the cables together so they might be more visible through the case because it's a bigger bundle? Or are we better off having 2 smaller pairs of cables that are now visible in 2 different locations, but aren't together and aren't going to draw the eye as much? Or will they draw the eye more? I don't know. It doesn't make any difference in the cooling. This is purely for looks. So I think I just like to keep all my cables together. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Decisions. Yeah, this might be a start of a beautiful friendship or relationship with Thermalright. I am really digging the low prices and the ease of installation. The fans being pre-installed was a nice touch, even though I have to rotate them. That's just unique for this case. Probably wouldn't have had to rotate them on most cases. That's not Thermaltake's fault. From running it out of the, on the bench outside of the case, it was quiet and it performed really well, keeping everything cool. However, we've not run Cinebench on it yet, have we? But our idle temps and just, just regular normal usage without the benchmarks, solid. I mean, cooler than what I was expecting. And my expectation was based on price. How can this sell for 75% less than a 240 millimeter high-end cooler, not Cooler Master, Corsair cooler with RGB fans? How could this also include the RGB fans? At that price, it must be terrible. No, not necessarily. So I want to make sure that these cables are not twisted up, because it's not going to look good. You can see now our cables are coming out this side towards me. And this is a good time to, if you have any kinks in the cables, this is the easiest way to take them out, is to simply bend the cable back towards the kink and straighten it out. Sometimes you have to twist the cable to get the kink out of it. And this is the time to do that, because they were all wrapped up and wire tied for packaging. They weren't designed to look pretty, just to get it packaged up so that it didn't get entangled or anything, or cause any damage being loose in the box. As such, the cable has sort of a memory it wants to go back to, and it will create a new memory when you take the proper time to untwist it properly, take the kinks out, straighten it out, and then you re-cable manage it. Now this radiator can go in. Am I standing on something? Oh. My cables keep getting trapped in the drawer where I keep opening and removing my tools. These long ends are getting caught in the drawer. So again, it doesn't cause any harm unless you start yanking on stuff, forcing it. Find out where the resistance is and remove it, ease it out. So with that, that's going to go in, and it's going to look like that. All these cables are going to go out through the side, and this is a good time for us to secure that radiator into position. Now, not using the case screws. We need to use the screws that came with the radiator. And we need to use the short screws that are going to go in through this panel that I removed. We're going to leave the panel in there, and we'll put 4 screws here and 4 screws here, just the same as we would for a fan on the other side, only these screws are much shorter. So in the motherboard box, I believe I put the extra screws for the radiator. Everything that came with the radiator is separated into its own bag, specifically for this reason. Even if there were other little bags of screws, they're all together in this one bag. You can take a marker if you want to write down cooler parts, something so you remember. Sometimes the documentation will be like a folded piece of paper you could stick in here, keep it all together. So those thumb screws, which I thought for sure we were going to use, we didn't need. We don't need these power adapters. We don't need an Intel bracket on an AMD CPU. We don't need a fan splitter. We don't need an Intel bracket on an AMD CPU. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Is it maybe in this bag? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I guess in this bag, which I would have thought in packaging the screws that the thumb screws would go with the brackets and the radiator screws would go with the fan screws. But because the fans were already pre-applied and installed on the radiator, there wasn't a bag for fan screws. That's weird, but they're there, just not where I expected them to be. Once again, this is not a resealable bag, but on a $50 cooler, I wouldn't expect it to be. We'll just dump that out. And I'll grab a spare Ziploc bag, one of these little ones. Ha! It even says thumb screw on it, so it obviously came from another cooler. That's hilarious. I have a bunch of these little bags. They all say something different, and I just happen to grab the one that says thumb screw, and I just happen to be putting thumb screws in it. Oh, that makes the OCD happy, doesn't it? Fantastic. It's a good day today. Now that I've said it out loud. Hope I didn't jinx myself. Now we start with two opposite corners just to hold the radiator square in place so that the other holes will line up. So I'm going to start with the top corner because that's where gravity is going to pull us down from. It doesn't matter which side. We'll just start. And being on this Lazy Susan does make it a little difficult to hold it in place. But nothing we can't handle. I'm just grabbing it by the fan on the other side to help hold it and place it. Once we start the screw, I don't want to tighten it. As you can see, I can now move the radiator up and down and left and right a little bit just so I can get the two opposite corners here and here aligned. And as I'm aligning them, I'm going to make sure I can see the other mounting points through these slots. That's going to be the right position. Those can then be tightened and all the other screws go in. They don't really have to go in, honestly, as far as technical side of things go. But as far as aesthetically and what we call doing it right, there's no reason to not put them in. Because if you need them in the future and you have not installed them, where did you put them? This keeps them exactly where they should be, and it gives extra rigidity to that radiator despite the technical reason you shouldn't need that much rigidity. But what else are you going to use the screws for? So you might as well put them where they belong and you'll know where they are. So I'm pulling up on that. Here we go. And that aligns us with the other corner. And what I want to look for here is to make sure all of the other 6 screws are visible through the slots. This is the time to make that adjustment. The other thing to keep into consideration is ensuring that it looks right on this side, because we might want it to be lower or higher depending on the particular aesthetic we're looking for. So with the hoses going up at the top, my personal preference is to push that radiator as far down as it'll go so we can see this fan a lot clearer without the hoses getting in the way. Now granted, we could probably put some zip ties on those or something and hold them up. But also, if I can just make sure that the radiator is accomplishing 2 things in its placement in this scenario, I want this screw and this screw to be as low as possible, while also still being having access to these. So if I just loosen this up, loosen this one up, let it go as far down as it'll go, and then tighten those back up, making sure I can still see all the other mount points. Now when I turn it around this way, that top fan will be just a little bit lower, and I think that's a more attractive look, even though we're only dropping it by maybe 1/4 of an inch at most. That, sorry for those of you watching anywhere else outside of the USA with the Imperial system, it's about that much. It's really small, but those little details can really have an impactful, aesthetic, pleasing look when you're dealing with everything color matching and RGB, that we're trying to avoid as much as possible any overlap of the hoses. As I mentioned, we could even run a zip tie through the top here and probably attach those way up here, as long as that doesn't interfere with the top piece going on. If the zip ties are too thick, you might have a little lump up there. But there's other creative ways that you can route these hoses so that they stay out of the way of the ram and the fans, which are going to all glow and look beautiful. Then we've got this ARGB cable, which is coming off of the block, and that can literally run straight. Let's see, can we fit it right in this little groove right here? I think it'll go in there. There's like a little space between the VRM heatsink and the IO shield heatsink, and I think we can just squeeze that in and then pass it through the back. So the problem with running this route that I'm running it's going to take us right into the hard drive tray. They want us to run way up here, which is too visible for me. I'm not using the hard drive tray. In fact, these holes aren't even for cable management. They're for reverse connector motherboards. Where they want us to run these cables is up here. So if we do it the way they want us to, that gets us around the hard drive tray. And let's just see how visible the cable is doing that before I try and outsmart it. Maybe it won't be a problem to begin with. I mean, another thing I could do is route the cable close to where there's going to be, you know, a lot of stuff happening up in this corner. So maybe route the cable back behind this mount right here, which I might have to take the mount off, or I can mount it underneath. Yeah, maybe that's the best way. We'll go underneath and weave it underneath, sort of hook it on under here. This is the mount that's holding the pump onto the CPU. Thought that would go on under there, but maybe it won't. And then run it out the top right, out through the back, like this. And the tighter we can make that, the better hidden that'll be. And look how much cable we have coming out the other side. So as long as we tighten up the cable management back here, that should be good. And then we can also do the same thing with this cable right here, which is powering the pump, which is in line with the hoses. We just run that through here, just like that. And again, I don't want it weaving between the front port umbilical cables. So this is the best time to make sure everything is not woven in together. And each cable can be individually wire tied if necessary, or run a separate route without having its length restricted because you've woven it unnecessarily by not paying attention or not caring. And then finally, we've got all of the fan power and ARGB cables. And because I have all of those cables all coming out together, we're going to go right through that grommet right there. And we're going to just, for right now, just get them out of the way. Because I want to make sure before I put the rest of those radiator screws in that I don't want to make any more adjustments. So I'm trying to visualize what this is going to look like from the front, and also that I have enough cable, which I do, that by running the cables out the back, we're not going to run into any issues regarding cable length. So this is a good time to make sure those cables are nice and taut on both sides. And even though this is not a Project Zero board with rear power connectors, look how clean it looks. Now granted, we still have to put the motherboard power connector on and the CPU power connector on, but those cables are white. I think this is going to look fantastic. This is exactly what I pictured in my head when I was ordering the parts. I was just a little uncertain about the fitment of the radiator to that location. Now this case could have the radiator up on top. Not in the front because it's glass, and not in the back because we don't have enough room. We do need to add one of these fans to the back, but let me first finish putting the radiator in because I'm very happy with the way that looks. That's a $50 RGB 240 millimeter radiator. I cannot believe that's 50 bucks. I still can't get over that. Now, if it dies in 12 months, we'll know why, all right? But that's still only a test unit of one. That doesn't mean all of them only last that long. But if that happens, you know I'm going to think that's because of the price, whether I'm right or wrong. And if it doesn't happen, we still don't know which one is the normal, right? What should you expect? But we got to start somewhere. And if we start well and it's working well, we'll probably use some more of Thermalright products until we get enough of them that we can establish through scale what would be normal, what to expect. When you're paying that much less, should you expect it to be identical at a less price? Or should you expect it to be more difficult to install, or not cool as well, or be louder, or not be as reliable? We're not going to know that with one unit. Unless it's unreliable. But even then, we could have got a bad one. We don't know what's normal yet. But we're off to the races. Like, everything is looking so good. I can't believe that's 50 bucks. How many times am I going to say that? It's Mara and I went to the movies. It cost $80 for 2 movie tickets for 2 adults with popcorn and 2 large drinks. Popcorn and 2 large drinks was $25. And then the movie tickets, I think, were $17.50. And then I think there was a fee, an online processing fee and a ticketing fee. There were 2 fees, convenience fee and a processing fee. I think it was close to $80. This is almost half of that, and it's more than 2 hours in a movie. That'll last probably, well, a lot longer than 2 hours anyway. I hope. All right, now we can take a look at these fans. I can't get over, again, 3 fans for $13 that are RGB versus 1 fan from Corsair that's white with RGB just like this for somewhere between $20 and $30 for 1 fan. $13 gets me 3 of these? I can't ship this to any of you for $13. The cost of postage is more than $13. And they're making a profit on that? My head's going to explode. How much have I been overpaying for parts? Now look, some of you are going to say you got 3 fans, you should install 3 fans. No. No. There is nowhere to put these fans that they're going to look good when you put that many in there, and they're not going to help the cooling at all. I wanted 1 fan, okay? It was cheaper for me to buy 3 from Thermalright than it was to buy 1 from Corsair. That means I've got 2 extras. And I can do anything I want with those extras. I can keep them with the case for if this fan goes out, we have a spare and a spare. Or I might use these on a future build of a white case. So regardless, between you and I, if they charged me $13 and only gave me 1 fan, I still think it's a great deal. The fact I'm getting 3 doesn't mean I'm going to use 3 today or on this build. I didn't want 3. If I serve you a bunch of deep fried food, do you feel obligated to eat it all even though it's unhealthy and may make you feel sick later? It was the same price. Moderation is its own reward. You will be hungry again later. Take it home. Take anything extra, take it home. Or do yourself a favor and stop poisoning yourself with food that's not good for you. Throw it away when you're done, when you're full, you're satiated. Don't even eat to the point of full. Eat until the point that you're not hungry. Stop. Here in America, we have a big problem with that, where somebody orders supersize and then they feel obligated to eat it and not waste food, despite the fact that your health insurance cost and the medical costs are going to be much more than that food savings cost was. So either save it for later, throw it away. It will be better for you financially and physically. So we're going to save 2 of these fans for who knows what. And this fan, we'll go back here. We want these cables coming out the top left so we can hide them as much as possible. We want these support brackets. This is the area that the air is blowing out. We want the case to move air from front to back, so we want those support brackets facing the back of the case. This is where we're going to screw into the back of the case. The center piece here, you notice when I turn the fan, that doesn't spin. That's the airflow direction, unless you bought a reverse airflow fan. The front, where the air is being drawn in, you'll see that logo spins. Now, some fans will even have arrows indicating their flow, but that's the standard way unless you bought reverse blade fans. So they do sell fans today that spin in the same direction, but the blades go the other way. And those would be, for example, if you were to place RGB fans at the bottom of your case, which, by the way, makes a better vacuum cleaner than it does any cooling in your PC. But people don't necessarily do things for a practical reason. They do it because they think it looks cool. But if you were to put this fan in the proper orientation and you were drawing air in from the bottom, it would go in this way with all your RGB shining towards the ground. It won't look very good through the glass. So what manufacturers have done to earn extra money, I mean, to please the customer, has nothing to do with taking your money and having you convinced to spend it on nonsense. They're doing this for you, I'm sure. Is they just reverse the direction of the blades on the fan. They charge a little bit more because they can, because you'll pay it. And then you can set the fans up this way so that they're drawing air in from the support side, right? The support bracket side is normally where the air goes out. But the fans, you'd think they just simply spin the fans the other direction. It doesn't work like that. The fans still spin in the same direction. It's the blades, the molding of the blades are the reversed. So that way it's going to pull air in instead of... Anyway, you won't accidentally install those. Like when you're buying the fans, especially if you're paying attention to pricing from the same brand, I promise you, if Thermalright makes the same fan in a reverse bladed flow, they'll charge more. They always do. Even Thermalright will charge you more for it. The cost of manufacturing is exactly the same. It's the same fan, the same motor, the same cables, everything's the same. But you, the customer, have shown the manufacturers you will pay more for the exact same thing. And they'd be idiots to not take your money. So if that's important to you, you can add fans down there. And I think you'd be a fool for doing it because all you're doing is adding lights. Now, if you want to go and buy some lights, that's one thing. But to buy fans or the lights, no. That's just suggests to me you don't really understand what you're doing or you don't care and you got more money than you know what to do with. It's your build and you can build it any way you want. I'm not telling you how to do it. I'm telling you what you should consider where you're getting the best value, the best bang for the buck, and the best aesthetics. Without compromising your airflow, because this would compromise. If we put this in this way, then we're pulling air from the top through the bottom. But at the same time, we're pulling air from the front to the back. So if this was a river instead of air, if this was water flowing from the front to the back, and that was the direction of the current, but we also at the same time had water coming from the top through the bottom, what happens where they meet? What happens? What happens to the current? Now, I don't want to use the screws that came with the fan because they're silver. I want to use the screws, the fan screws that come with the case that are in the little plastic container because they're painted white. Little details. These are universal screws for fans. There's nothing special about them. You can use them on other builds. Set them aside for a regular computer build where the aesthetics are not so extreme here. Would anybody notice the white screws? Yes, I would. I'm doing this for me. It's not like I'm going out of my way or saving any time or making the job any harder by simply using screws I already have that are already painted, that are already designed for fans. All I had to add was the fan. Why wouldn't I use them? Just saying, common sense, right? All those screws only take 3/4 of a turn. The threads, I want to show you this. This is pretty cool. Kudos to Corsair because every fan screw should be this design. Look here. Not only is the top of the screw painted white, it's got one thread. That's it. 1/2 of a turn, you're in. These are traditional fan screws. And look at the spacing. It's still one thread, right? But look at the spacing. So you got to turn and turn and turn and turn and turn. With these, look at the spacing on the thread. That makes installation much, much easier on the wrist. Now again, we want to keep these screws, so it's so easy to over tighten, or not to over tighten, but to get these tight. I want to back it off right up here and right here. And the reason I want to do that is you can see how much play I've got to move that fan up and down. You might have a preference to keep it down, you might have a preference to keep it all the way up, or we could put it somewhere in the middle. There's really no reason to put an RGB fan at the back of the case, but you will be able to see the front of this fan from the glass, especially since there's a front piece of glass here. And because it's the same make and model as these fans over here, all the RGB sequencing and the way the LEDs are laid out and their brightness should all match. So what do you think, chat room? Should I put it at the top? Put it at the bottom? Put it in the middle? There's a part of me that likes the top. Thomas says, what movie did you two go see that cost that much money? We saw, at the time it was Beetlejuice 2. Is it Beetlejuice? I know we spent, when we saw Deadpool versus Wolverine, it was in IMAX, which is a higher ticket price, and it was in 3D IMAX, which is also a higher ticket price. So probably the $80 movie was Deadpool versus Wolverine in IMAX 3D, and then I think Beetlejuice 2 was on a big screen they call Cinemax, Cinecapri, I think, or it just could have been regular IMAX and not 3D. So you do pay a little extra, but I want the theater experience, you know. Anyway, does it matter? It's the same price of what movies cost. It's any new movie that comes out the first week at IMAX or even in the main screen, it's the same price. It's been that way for quite some time. Everybody wants the middle, huh? You guys don't think the top looks better? Hey, there's Mitch Morrison joining us and saying hello. Mitch has a birthday coming up, and we're going to build Mitch a computer for his birthday. That'll be Friday. Mitch will join us here at Studio C. And yeah, it's been a while since we built a computer together. And then he'll take it home, so I don't have to find a place to put it. Mitch will have like 5 computers for one guy living alone. He might have a problem, but I don't mind it. All right, some of you say the top, some of you say the middle. I'm thinking about what that's going to look like from the other side. And given all this open space all through here, I kind of like the idea that all the open space is together rather than having open space up above, right? We cover that up. I think aesthetically, personally, that's my choice, I think. So let's just secure that in and see what that'll look like. I like that better. I like having the open space all together. I don't think you can go wrong. You could put it at the bottom, put it in the middle. It's a personal preference. I was just curious what you guys would do. And obviously, there's no one right answer here. So since it seems about equal for middle or top, I'm just going to pick the top. I guess I'm going to be the deciding vote. Did I take the other screw out? Oh, yeah, I did. Okay. I just love, look how many turns this is. Watch. When I put this in, okay, let's go. It's not even one full turn to completely seat that screw into the fan. Where's that been all my life? Lou Greenia clarifies that HDMI port is for a screen to display PC temperature and monitor. So it's just it's for a secondary screen, likely like what you'd see on the height cases where they put the screen up in the front. But, you know, I don't know why they just wouldn't do that with USB. It's usually USB, because what's going to power the screen? Here's the problem. If you just have an HDMI cable going to like a little LCD screen, you have to provide power to that LCD screen. But if that LCD screen is USB, you could run it right to a motherboard header with one plug instead of an HDMI and a power plug. And you wouldn't have to then connect it to the power supply. The power coming off HDMI, there is no power in HDMI. The power that runs in through USB is enough to power a small LCD screen, along with provide the data the LCD screen needs, especially if you've got like a USB Type-C or USB 3, it's more than enough bandwidth for all of that. So this is a little backwards. If that's what their intent was, they did not consider power. And there's USB options, so it's not like they had to reinvent the screen. But if that's what it's for, so be it. I would have rather seen that be a USB port. Andy Kane says those screws are genius. Yeah, I agree. Fantastic. And when I say fantastic, and the fact that they're screws for a fan, pun intended, I guess. Ricky thinks this is a big case. The case is really short, you know, from top to bottom. I don't think that's maybe 16 inches. But width-wise, it's almost as wide as it is tall. So the width of it is really more than the size this way. And he wasn't specific when he said big. It's not big, it's wide. Same with me. Anyway, to each their own. You know, there's lots of cases to choose from. I like it. All right, let's see. What do we have here? Oh, these fan cables. We need to run these through the back too. So again, this is a good time to take all the kinks out of that cable now. I like to run my finger across it. That straightens it out. And then I can run it right up here in this top corner. And we'll just feed that through the other side. I will say the hard drive cage is a little in the way here. We can remove this hard drive cage. It's just that when we put the hard drive cage back in, we want to make sure we don't pinch those cables. So one way or another, you're going to be working around that hard drive cage, whether it's in place or removed. By removing it, you won't deal with it now, but you will deal with it later. So I just need to feed enough of the cable through over the top of the cage. There we go. Just feel for it and just pull it through. Now, there is a space between the back of the drive cage that I can't see and the back of the motherboard tray, and those cables will easily fit back there. But for now, I just want to, again, I want to see what this is going to look like if we continue on this path, that we're running everything where we've placed and secured everything with the fans and the radiator and the cable routing, that from this side, the side we're going to see, is that going to be optimal visually? And I do believe it will be, and I'm just verifying that right now. One way or another, these cables have to run in the back anyway. And again, pull on the cables to make them taut. That'll take up any visual slack you might see from the front. And you almost can't see the cables now. And you'll see how I've come around the front of this hard drive cage here. But you can run these cables back behind the drive cage, like so. In fact, yeah. And that'll be an even cleaner installation, except now they're going to be in the way of the power supply. So I'm not worried about the final routing as far as that goes. What did this come from? What? What is this? This is some kind of a dust cover that was hot melt glued that was laying in the bottom of this case that I've only just now noticed for the very first time. Now there is a little plug right here that comes out. See that? It says link on it. I don't know what that's for. But obviously it's white to match the case. And I'm going to say ignorance is bliss on that. I don't know what it's for. We do have this. Did this come from something else? This is a little plastic, almost looks like a DVI sized, you know, the old display video interface that would go on the cover on the outside. I don't know where this came from. I don't know any oh, I know where it came from. Maybe it came from the it was covering maybe the USB 3 port to protect it. Either way, it's coming off. Don't know. I do not know. We can put our power supply in. The fan on the power supply draws air in and then out the back. It's its own enclosed ecosystem. So all these people obsessed with GPU and CPU temps often are completely, blatantly ignorant of how hot their temperatures are getting in their power supply. This is a particular concern on a traditional power supply mount, where your power supply is on the bottom of the case and your case is on the ground. It's a vacuum cleaner. And you're letting this vacuum cleaner run hours a day. Maybe you keep it on 24/7. And it's sucking up everything in your carpet that's anywhere around the area. Pet hair, debris, it just brings it in. And then it's going out the back. It doesn't enter into the computer case, nor does it pull air in from the computer case. And when it's designed, you know, to sit down like that, it's a vacuum cleaner. And there's often a filter installed at the bottom that people don't clean. And when the filter gets clogged, it suffocates the power supply, which causes it to run hotter and eventually burn up. And when it burns up, it can take out your GPU and your CPU at the same time. And if anything of temperatures you should be monitoring, it's not your CPU and your GPU you should be obsessed with. It's this thing that you can't monitor the temperatures on. But ignorance is bliss. People don't know what they don't know. And so they're avoiding problems they never would have had while still experiencing the same problem they could have avoided had the influencers who make the videos talked about it. Why isn't this talked about? I mean, I realize sometimes it's talked about, but overall, it's pretty rare to hear an influencer talk about the importance of making sure your power supply is being kept clean of dust and debris and the filters are being checked, ideally twice a year. And it doesn't matter about your positive or your negative air pressure. It has no impact on your power supply. And it doesn't mean you don't have to dust your PC out. You still, regardless of negative or positive air pressure, changes nothing. You still have to blow the computer out. It doesn't avoid any dust. Well, it doesn't create as much. Well, great. Well, then your dusting shouldn't take as long, but you still need to do it. Why are we talking about something that's so inconsequential and negligible in the overall ownership maintenance required by a computer and not even discuss this at all? What world are we living in? That's weird, isn't it? Now, when I took this panel off, it had a lot of holes in it. This also has holes in it. That's so it can breathe. Imagine I put you into a glass box or a metal box that has no holes in it. How long do you think you're going to stand before you pass out? This has to breathe. So we want that fan to draw in the cool air from outside. We could turn it around and draw air in from in the case. But why would you? That doesn't make any sense. Why would we pull air in from inside of the case when we already have our airflow moving in one? We've got the rear fan going air out this way, out the back, and we've got our main radiator, which is the primary thing we're cooling, bringing air in. Basically, where's the air going to come in? The air is going to come in from the bottom on this case. And we're not going to force air up through it. The vacuum that's created by these fans exhausting air will automatically create the pressure required for air to come in as needed from the bottom unobstructed. So we don't want to block this. We also don't need to force feed it. It will all happen naturally. We don't need what is effectively a turbocharger or supercharger to force air induction into the case. It won't go anywhere other than how fast it can exhaust. That won't change. Versus in a car, you get a bigger explosion, right? When you compress more air, you get a bigger bang. With a computer, there's no benefit to it. So I want to put the power supply in with the fan facing the outside edge so that we get the nice cool air from outside. Why isn't it fitting? Hold on. Something's not lining up here. What this looks like to me is there's a adapter in here for a small form factor power supply. I don't know why. Small form factor power supplies don't have the variety to choose from, and they're higher priced. And this is a requirement on smaller cases where you don't have room for a big power supply. And this is a standard size power supply, by the way. You don't have room for a standard size power supply if you want the smallest case possible. I don't know why Corsair included this, but it should be removable so that we have the whole area. Let me just verify if that's what's going on here. We'll take out these 4 screws. Now you notice some of these screws are black and some of the screws are white. That's okay because we have black trim around here. That works. So we take out this screw and this screw. So let's say we want to put a 5090 Ti in this case. We have plenty of room for it, but finding a small form factor power supply that's affordable, that can provide 1,000 watts. Whew, that's a tough call. There's not going to be many to choose from. But if we want to put a standard desktop power supply in of 1,000 watts, or in our case 850, you have way more variety to choose from. This makes no sense to me. This is a wasted part on a case this big. And all this does is it adapts this larger hole for a standard size power supply to the small form factor. There's only more expense and fewer choices using this adapter. Plus the expense of adding this adapter to the case, adding to the cost of the case. What a waste. That's just bad decision making. So there's 2 strikes now on this case design. Now I should be able to fit this in here properly. And I'm going to take the same screws I just removed. Instead of using the screws that come with the power supply, I'm going to use the screws that come with the case so that we maintain that visual even though it's on the back. And while many of you won't care, I do. Again, I've already got the screws. They were already in this position when I bought the case. I thought the case was attractive enough to spend my money on it, so why would I change one of the very reasons I bought the case, which is the overall look? And that holds our power supply in, and our cables are already run. Pretty easy stuff. Okay, let me just take another little break here and see what you guys are talking about in the chat room. Also, I can put away these cooler parts. I should now be done with them. Now, the reason you would even save these is if there's a possibility that you might want to reuse this cooler on an Intel build. Maybe you're going to change the motherboard out. I think you probably should change the cooler at that point, and likely it is safe to just simply throw all this stuff into the trash can. Companies like Dell and HP aren't giving you all the spare parts for different CPUs, right? Dell and HP keep all that and use it on other builds. They try and use as much as material as possible and avoid waste. This is really just waste, but it's because that's a universal fit designed for 6 different types of CPUs, and you likely will never reuse this onto a different socket size of CPU. But if you're the kind of person that will, you are a very small minority of people, and you can hold on to this. The rest of us can throw it away. You'll never miss it. And for 50 bucks, you could just go buy a new one anyway. So anyway, chat room. Oh, and we're also not going to use, we're not going to put any 3.5-inch drives in here. So we can just put this little piece back on too. And that completes the look here in the back. It's a nice clean look. Find Me in Hawaii joins us and says hello. Chris at Goblin IT joins us and says hello. Chris at Goblin IT says, who is this PC system for? It's for no one. We're building it for content. What'll happen to it afterwards? Maybe I'll use it, maybe I'll sell it, or maybe it will sit here and collect dust for the next 4 years. I do not have a buyer for this. So at this point, I'm building it for me. Uh-oh. Mara coming in to say I'm building it for her? You never know. Maybe I didn't get the memo. Corey Silva says, I do like me a big case. Boy, I thought he was going to break into Sir Mix-a-Lot. It's thick. Douglas Burchell says it's thick. That's funny. It is. You're not lying. That's a true observation. Accurate. Ricky wants to know there's a way to mount an internal optical drive. Well, there's also, not only is there no way to mount an internal optical drive, there's also no way to mount a 5¼ inch floppy disk from 1982. The technology is being phased out, and they stopped making optical drives. I don't think anybody makes them anymore, so whatever you can buy, I believe, is all that's left. There's hundreds of thousands available. So, I mean, it's faded out. The quality of DVDs is terrible by today's streaming standards. And then, of course, the ability to scratch them and keep them clean and stored. It's all sort of, you know, great for the 80s and 90s. Started fading out around the early 2000s and is almost completely faded out today. There's still remnants left over, but it's been a long time where case manufacturers continue to make any cases. There's still a couple out there. Give it another year or two. Where the cases will have a 5¼ inch bay. They're just gone the way of the dinosaur. Now, you can still buy external USB DVD, Blu-ray drives, CD, DVD, Blu-ray external drives that plug into USB and are powered by the USB port at the same time. They're only about $2 or $3 more, and they're portable, so you can move it from one computer to another, and far superior in every way. There is no performance degradation going through USB. If anything, USB is much, much faster, at least USB 3, than the SATA connection can even deliver anyway. So if you want to continue to use old hardware, I would suggest you use the old hardware with an old case and an old motherboard and an old operating system. If you want to use the older stuff, keep it all together. When you try to mix old and new, you're going to run into obstacles and limitations, because it's going to hold back everything that's new because it's so slow to keep up. It's also probably not going to fit, or you're going to have to make some accommodation. But if you want to use a computer that traditionally would have had a DVD drive in it from years ago, use that whole computer today, you're going to be fine. So, not sure why anybody would want a DVD player anymore. I know people have their reasons, but they don't make sense to me. They're just working way harder than they need to, in my opinion. Almost anything you're doing with DVD is much cheaper to do on a flash drive or with streaming media. But again, I don't sit around all day just watching movies. I have things to do. And there's really, we have a bunch of Blu-ray and DVD movies. We haven't opened a Blu-ray or DVD package in 6 years. And even then, at the very soonest, it was 6 years ago. They just sit here. We don't even have a DVD player to put them in, and we don't miss it. At this point, we don't want to throw them away. They'll probably get donated somewhere. But everything we want is available to stream. and at higher quality. You know, bear in mind, there's no access panels on this case. This is one big sheet of glass and one big sheet of glass. That's it. What are you smiling about?
Not a smile, I'm smirking.
What are you smirking about?
DVDs are collector.
Are they like figurines for you?
Kind of.
They're just there to be looked at. Those are
my very special.
What's special about them? Did you even remember they were there until I just brought it up?
No, of course I remember that.
What do you get from having those? You never use them.
Well, really nothing. But the fact that these are shows that have been canceled, that I really enjoyed and loved.
They're all on YouTube.
It's nostalgia.
I can pull up entire episodes of Doctor Who that are in better quality than they originally.
It's nostalgia.
You know what? What do you play them in? Where's your DVD player? Is there a DVD player in the living room upstairs?
Not anymore, I guess.
On any of your computers, do you have a DVD?
Not anymore.
So how do you even know those work?
I don't care.
I wish more of my friends were computers because they would agree with me. But as emotional human beings, I just can't get on board with this emotional crap. Let it go. Move on. I'm going to go put on my parachute pants and get my slap bracelet. Because I love the 80s. All right. What other questions do we have in the chat? You know who doesn't own a DVD drive? Anybody under 30. Just saying. Unless they're like historians. It's just people refusing to let go. Yeah, I don't know what to do. But the case manufacturers, they're not selling cases in bulk with DVD drives anymore. So they're going to sell what people are buying. That's what's profitable for them. It's not a personal insult or attack. It's just that's how it is. There are still a couple case manufacturers out there that will offer a case with a DVD drive. It's still possible to do it, but it won't be for much longer. I guess we can start plugging some things in. I've got motherboard power. Uh-oh, where's that going to go? Well, this is CPU power. So CPU power, this is motherboard power here. And it looks like, so the way we're going to route the cabling, you know, I don't have any traditional, on a lot of cases I work on, I just go right through the back of the tray. But because the grommets are here, we run straight from the back of the power supply, straight back through that grommet. So the cable's going to be completely horizontal, and then come around the other side, and then we'll bring it through this grommet, where my fingers are, right? And then across onto the plug. So there's going to be a little cable visible. But again, because we color match, the cables are white. So I'm just trying to figure out which of the grommets to come out of so I can have as straight as possible of a cable. So if I come out right through here, and then we'll just rotate this as needed to fit right onto this connector. So a lot of times the motherboard connectors are still black, but on this motherboard they made the connector white And with this power supply manufacturer, well, the power supply is white and the cables are white. The connectors themselves are black. But you know what? I think it still works okay. And we can do a little zip tying there to make that a little more appealing, but that's maybe the most visible cable we're going to see. Now, if we didn't want to see any cables, this case does provide the rear connection option for motherboards like the BTF boards from ASUS and the Project Zero boards from MSI, where all of the motherboard connectors from your USB, sound, and power, everything that you would traditionally plug onto the front of the board is all moved to the back except CPU cooling power. That would still be visible from the front, and the hoses would still be visible. So even zero cable visibility is still going to show a couple of cables. And again, you're going to pay a premium for that if you want that. Now, I think this cable may be a bit large for me to try to fit through here, but I don't know. Let's try it and see if we can do it without removing the hard drive cage. Not that it's difficult, I'm just trying to be lazy. Actually, I want to go all the way into the corner, which is a wider hole, and around the cage off to the side. And then this connector right here, in theory, I should be able to move that one up there and simply plug this connector on like so. Right there. There we go. And this is a good time as well. You see how the cable's got a twist to it? That's going to draw the eye. So once we've established how this connector sits, this is the best time to twist this cable back to keeping it straight. And it may require me taking the hard drive cage out so I can get enough flexibility on the cable to untwist it. And to remove this, it looks like just these two screws right here. And you'll notice I've been using the manual screwdriver on this because these screws are really shallow and I don't want to scratch them up. My electric driver, sometimes it'll slip, and those scratches are pretty minor, but I'm in a mood today that I want to just take really good care with this because it's, to me, a very attractive case, and I don't want to detract from that with scratches on a brand new machine. So the minute I take the cage out, and by the way, I could leave that out. I have no intention of ever putting a 3.5-inch mechanical drive in there. And that opens that space up, and I could just simply put this cover back on. No one would be none the wiser. However, my intention for removing it is simply to allow me to twist this cable so I can have it in the proper, most visually appealing position of this cable, which is not to have it twisted. I can twist it back behind, but even that makes the cable management harder because now we're trying to fold together a twisted cable, which won't sit as tightly and optimized and efficiently as an untwisted one. So either way, I want the twists out of it. Getting hung up on something. What is twisting up here? You know, it might be easier for me to take the connector back off. And that way I at least have one flexible end so I can straighten it back, untwist it, and then plug it back in. It'd probably be less work. I say probably because I'm not real sure. Okay, let's twist that. That was way easier, Carey. There we go. So again, when we put the drive cage back in, well, I'll put the drive cage back in. I'm just saying we don't have to. We just need to make sure these cables are back behind it. We don't want to get the cables pinched because that can wear through the insulation and create a short circuit, and everything goes
goes bad quickly. But look how much better that looks from the front with that cable straight and not twisted. Those little details, they make a huge difference to me or anybody that knows what they're looking at, or to people that look at it and they can't quite say what it is, but something about it's amateurish, right? And it's those little details that will trigger people to go, oh yeah, it's a good job, you know, for doing it yourself, versus, wow, where did you buy that? Did I put it in this way? Pretty sure I did. Did I put it in this way? So when you take these things out, it's important to remember, did it go in this way, right? We know that these come out from the back. We know that these little hooks go down into these grooves, but that hole isn't wide enough for this to go back in. So this must go behind this point here, so meaning we have to feed it in. And if, like me, you're not paying attention to the way it took it out, it can make it a little puzzling to put it back in, especially now that we're fighting up against the cables that are behind it, and I don't want to pinch those cables. It looks good. We're clear with the cables. And then this piece should go up. Again, I'm hitting the top of this EPS power cable that's preventing me from lifting this cage up. Yeah, it won't let me go up because, yeah, I was hitting the edge of the cable and pinching it. So if I lift that up, but now I'm hitting something else. Yeah, now I'm hitting the other EPS 12-pin, 8-pin connector, and it won't let me lift the cage up against it. It's hitting that fat connector because there's two connectors on this cable. So bear with me here for a second as I try to figure out the right positioning to get this past that plug. There it is. And then again, make sure I'm not pinching anything. And then that'll sit down in there, and then these cables will go right back on. So if you're not paying attention, it's a great way, like I said, to pinch your cables. And then when you have the insulation worn through, which will happen, it could be a pretty catastrophic failure when it comes to a short circuit to main power. That's a high voltage, well, not high voltage, it's 12 volt, which is the highest voltage out of a power supply that delivers 3 volts, 5 volts, or 12. You're at the higher end at the 12 volt side on that CPU power connector. And you definitely don't want to pinch that cable. You will not like the results. And then that piece can go right back on there. Now, as I mentioned before, this cable, this can go behind. Now that it's in place, then we can figure out, you know, cable management's one of the last things we do. But as to putting drives in or out, you're going to put the drives into those drive sleds that I just showed you, and you're going to make sure that the connectors on the drives are facing the inside of the case for obvious reasons, because that's how you're going to hook up your SATA and power to any 3.5-inch drives. I don't use SATA drives in builds anymore. There may be an exception here or there where a customer needs a large, they're just so slow. You're looking at maybe 200 megabytes a second versus 14,500 megabytes per second on a Gen 5 NVMe. It's not even comparable. 200 miles an hour versus 14,500 miles an hour is a pretty extreme difference. So for me personally, if you're already running at 200 megabytes per second max internal, you might as well just do it through USB, because your USB is faster than that. There's no reason to not put a drive externally anymore. We used to do it because we didn't have much choice and USB was slow. Now USB 3 or 3.1, 3.1. So SATA 3 is like 6 gigabits per second, and USB 3 is like 5, and then it goes to 10 and 20 and 40. That's how extreme the difference in speed is, negating any benefit from putting the drives inside of the case. You're much better off having your drives, your big external 3.5 inch drives in a network attached storage device or in a USB device, so you're not anchored to this one machine. Something catastrophic happens, you can always unplug your external drive and move it to another machine. And even though you will have some loss, it minimizes your loss. It gives you more control and more independence and more self-reliance than putting all your eggs in one basket, as they say. So, of course, you do what you want. I'm just telling you, there was a reason we used to do that. That reason doesn't exist anymore. Those are just old habits that won't let go. Again, not so much something you see with younger people. If they have a drive, it's like for big games that they're loading. That's it. They're not going to have 4 or 5 or 6. That's something, generally speaking, it's something older people do. And if you want to fit that stereotype, go ahead. I don't want to be a stereotype. I will go out of my way to avoid it, just for no other reason. That's how important it is to me. But it may not be important to you, and that's okay too. With our power supply hooked up, all we have are the front port umbilicals and the fans on the cooler, the rear case fan, plug it all in, and it's all done. Then it's just cable management from that point. Now this case does have a USB Type-C. Having one of those is standard. This has USB Type-A. That's 2 of them, which it should have. Cheap cases only have 1, but this connector gives you 2. So when you buy a case that only gives you 1 Type-A USB port up front, they have effectively stolen your second one, and you'll never get it back unless you change your case. When you're buying a case, it may be something that's important to you. It is to me. Now to plug in our USB, we can go again through the cable management hole. I'm just looking on the motherboard. Our USB 3 header is way down at the bottom of the board. So we're going to go all the way to the bottom wire management hole here, or the grommet. And I'm going to pull the slack through just to keep these cables from weaving. And I can tell you something that's happening right now I don't like. And that is this USB cable is running in front of the power cables, and it's unsightly. So what I think I want to do is make sure the cables that run the furthest down also run towards the back of the motherboard tray first. And this is the time, because if I don't do this now, I will have to unplug it later when I do the cable management, reroute it, and start again. Now you see this loop right here? That's because I am twisting this cable when I'm putting it in and I don't realize I'm doing it. So this is a good time to make sure, even though these are a little slightly different length, and sometimes they're even twisted from the factory. I've seen that before, between where this end and this end go. And what I want to try and do is not twist this as much as possible, or I will be taking it back off later to do the cable management. Not the end of the world, just like to avoid that. So now I've routed that behind all the other cables so it doesn't overlap, okay? And now this can plug in. It looks like on this motherboard, our USB 3 header is right here. And because the case is white and the case comes with these umbilicals and the motherboard is white, everything lines up as white. And now that it's plugged in, you see how we have this loop? There may not be much we can do about that. And as we pull this cable tighter to draw the excess in, you're going to have this kink. So when you look at that, this is a good time now, while everything is open, to find a way to turn it to avoid that kink. Now, one thing you could do is start putting nylon zip ties on it now, and that'll help make that a little bit more obvious when you're installing. But it will become obvious when you do your cable management and you have to unplug everything and reroute your cables again. Even though you hooked them all up right, they don't look good. And now we pull through the excess. And again, if we keep these two together with a nylon zip tie, it'll be a much more pleasing look. Right? Right down here. Now we can move on to the next one. Now, I'm not focusing too much on cable management. I'm just trying to think ahead for when I do finally do the nylon zip ties, the cleanup. Now look at here. This cable has decided on its own that it wants to fit between these two unrelated cables. So this is a good time. It's what I call weaving. Unweave these cables. This is the time to do it. Now this This cable here is our front port audio. Now that's usually somewhere down on the bottom left side of the motherboard. So this cable will not route through these cable management holes, but rather somewhere underneath the power supply under there. So again, I want to consider the route this cable is taking so it's not weaving other cables. I think, again, if we go back as far back towards the board as we can go, behind the power supply cables, instead of in front of them, that's a cleaner look. And that's going to take me right back through there without interfering with other cables. And then that should be a hole under here. Yeah, there's one right under there that we can feed that cable through to the front. So we come back around to the front, locate that cable right here, and look, our front port audio port is right there. At least I think it is. Yep, it says audio. Missing pin is at the bottom. So that just plugs straight in like that. Once we've plugged it in, then we can pull the excess back in, and then that's going to clean that up. You can barely even notice there's a cable there. What else do we have over here? This is our USB Type-C plug that goes to the Type-C right up on top. This Type-C plug on this motherboard will plug in right there. So we want to be in the center cable management hole to run it across to this plug. So as I'm looking at the back, I want to establish the cleanest way possible to get this cable. See, I don't like this at all. This needs to come around. This one, not sure yet. This one, that's our rear case fan. Wants to weave. We're not. Just set those over there to get them out of the way. These down at the bottom, these are also on the radiator. What's this one? Oh, that's ARGB. No, that's power for the rear case fan. Okay. So that one actually could probably go all the way down here. I'm guessing there's a fan header down there. Let's see. Yeah, we have a couple of fan headers. So I've run it over to this side, which also works, by the way. I have 2 fan headers here and 2 fan headers. There's 4 fan headers across the bottom of the board. But here's the thing. There's an ARGB header on this side. There's 2 ARGB headers. So if I wanted to, I wouldn't have to plug in the ARGB fan to the other ARGB and the other fans and connect the cables together. I could independently plug it into its own header, or I could reverse it the other way where the ARGB source is coming from this rear fan and feeding the ARGB controls to these fans. You could do it either way. It's all strung together, so it doesn't matter where the source is on either end. Or I can independently plug them each into their own ARGB, which I can synchronize, or I can separate into 2 different color patterns if I want to. So you can have segments of different lights depending on how you wire it. That's assuming your motherboard has more than 1 ARGB header. This one appears to have 3. It looks like we've got 2 down at the bottom and 1 up here. So as far as the headers go, this board has a lot of options for fans and ARGB. And it should, because it's white. It's designed to be seen. That makes sense. What is this? Front panel connector. So this is going to be the power switch, reset switch. So I'm going to pause the fan hookup here for a minute and handle this. Okay, how do I want that to run? I think I want it to run back behind these other cables. This is annoying that they've got these 2 separate cables running to the same plug, and they don't have any sort of loom holding these cables together. So this will be something I will likely zip tie on its own every few inches, just to have that look cleaner so it doesn't bunch up like this. It can bunch up in the back where no one will see it, but not up in the front. We don't want to see that. Now the front panel header on this motherboard is right there, so we can come in right down here. And once again, I want to be back up against the motherboard tray. I don't want to wind around other cables. Pull that through. And that should just, and again, think about how you're twisting your cable when you plug it in, or you may find yourself struggling with your cable management because it's unnecessarily twisting. That can make it very difficult to get things to line up and put a nice neat zip tie on it. And then we've got, I was hooking up the USB Type-C, right? So the USB Type-C I said was going to go through the middle grommet. Once again, I'll make sure we're not weaving. Put that right in through the bottom of that grommet, I think is where we want it to go. And I want to make sure I'm not unintentionally twisting this around. And we'll just feed that right through there, like this. Come around. Yep, that's really where we needed it, so we can plug in just like that. You are going to see some cables, but ideally, just a little bit, and it's not all looped out hitting the glass. It shouldn't come out that far. But if you tighten this too much, you will pull on that connector and you'll snap it right off your motherboard. This is especially true of anything USB. Those USB 3 and 3.1 connectors, they are inflexible compared to, say, the front panel or audio. These are much lighter, thinner cables. So do not put undue pressure on this connector. It will be a fulcrum point that will be much stronger than the motherboard and break it right off of there. Again, that's not a warranty issue. Now this looks like fan pump. If I had to guess, where did we put that before? On CPU optional. I'll tell you, I really want to keep running my cables in this little hole above the motherboard, but that's not for cable management. That is for reverse connector boards. The cable management is above that. My instinct is to want to hide the cables, but in running it that way, what you're opening up the opportunity for is for the cable to rub against sharp edges and eat through the insulation and short circuit. The cable management holes, the metal is bent over, so it's a soft corner so that it won't rub through the insulation. And for that reason, that's why there's two different holes, right? They could just make the one hole and say use it either way, but there's a danger to using the reverse connect holes for regular cables. Now I can't remember, did I plug this into the pump? This should be the pump. Did I plug it into CPU power or CPU optional power last time? It was mentioned there was an all-in-one pump header down here at the bottom, now that I recall. I suppose I could just as easily run this down to the bottom, I think. Yeah, so this is coming off the, remember, I keep pointing at this. This is the pump up here. That's what the hoses are connected to. That's the pump. And the pump, there is an all-in-one pump header on this board, which is usually located around the CPU. But for some reason, GIGABYTE has decided to move that to the bottom. But I think we have enough excess cable that we can reach. Let's find out. Again, I just want to be mindful of the route that I take with this cable. Now, I've brought it down here, but I don't know if it's one of these connectors or one of those. It'll be written on the motherboard in really small print. I see system fan 1 and 2, and I see system fan 3, and the one closest to the front port umbilical says system fan 4 or pump. No, it says fan 4 pump. So that plug simply goes on 3 of those 4 pins where the groove aligns with the notch, so that you don't get it on upside down or 1 pin off. Now our pump has power, or it will when we turn the system on. So the last thing we need to give power to are the fans, along with connecting all the RGB up. I could do a shortcut to just quickly wire that all up, but I will have to undo it later to make it look right. But I'm kind of anxious to turn this on and see what it looks like. All we should have to do is provide power to one fan, and then plug the other fan in, plug each fan into each other for both power and ARGB, and they all string along. So the question is, so this ARGB is coming from the block. So we've got that RGB, this RGB, these two RGB. So 4 ARGB connectors. We don't need to hook power to the block because we've got power to the pump, but we do need to have power to this rear fan. And what I think I want to do in order to keep this as clean as possible, the rear fan cable seems like, if I want to keep my cable management clean, then what I want to do is use the top fan and plug it into the CPU fan header, the top fan on the radiator. And you'll see it takes a connector and it gives a connector. So we'll plug the bottom fan into the top fan for power and the rear fan into the bottom fan for power. That covers us for power. Then we'll repeat that with ARGB, plugging one fan's RGB onto the board and the other fan's RGB into each other's fan. It creates what we call a circuit, a serial circuit, S-E-R-I-A-L, not C-E-R-E-A-L. That stays crunchy with milk, that kind of cereal. This kind of cereal is a little chewy, not as much crunchy. Either way, it's a great day to start your day. Sometimes I feel like a seamstress. I'm this far from crocheting a sweater with these cables. Okay, CPU fan will plug in right there. Okay, so that puts our CPU fan right up onto the CPU fan header. These are effectively, these two fans on the radiator are our CPU fans. And now with that one top fan having power, the fan below it can plug into the spare connector. Now I don't like this cable management. I'm already overriding other cables, which I don't want to do, but I will clean that up later. Now I've got to give the rear fan power. So the rear fan will plug into the split off power from the bottom fan on the radiator, which is getting split off power from the top fan, which is plugged into the motherboard, which is the source of our power. Think of it like an extension cable. Okay, each one extending off the next one. Maybe you had two 6-foot-long power cables and you need to go 12 feet. So you plug one end of the power cable into the outlet. You go your 6 feet, you need to go another 6 feet, so you plug one into the end of that extension, and you could just keep doing that, you know, to a certain extent, depending on what your amperage and length of cable is. Okay? Okay. Trying to keep it simple. Don't analyze it too much. All right, so the ARGB from the top fan can go into the bottom fan. Remember, we haven't hooked up a source of RGB yet. So right now, I'm just kind of laying out, hooking RGB into RGB so the pump and the two fans can be connected together. And they just go together in one direction. There's little arrows that indicate, but the pins are pretty obvious. And then the rear fan, somewhere I've got an ARGB header for the rear fan here. There it is. Now, at one end or the other, I have to plug into the ARGB header, at least one of them on the motherboard. There is a little dust cover that's protecting these pins that has to come off of the rear fan. There we go. If you're not going to use these pins, you don't want them exposed where they can hit metal and short out. There's a little voltage going through there to light up the lights. And so that's what the little dust cover's for, is to keep it from shorting out. If you're not using ARGB, then none of it will be hooked up and it won't matter if it touches metal. But if any part of it is hooked up and has voltage, then you obviously want to protect any unused pins, not the sockets, the pins, from hitting anything metal inside of your case. Finally, you can see how all that's strung together, right? Just like one extension cord into another. And then at each end, we have what we can be our source. Not both ends, one or the other, because they're all connected together, sharing the same source. We don't want two sources. Then things get really confusing and potentially make it bad. So we even have an extra power connector we're not using. That's for adding another fan. Like I said, if you wanted to put 3 fans across the bottom, despite my advice not to, they give you the connectors to do that, and they won't stop you from spending more money. They don't mind. I do have this ARGB header here, and I'm just wondering if it will reach either the top or the bottom. I kind of feel like the cables on the bottom are less visible, so I'd like to stay towards the bottom on that. You think about this for a minute. It does look like with this configuration, we're only left with 1 female ARGB header. If I need to move it around, I can certainly do that so that I can use this bottom fan, which is closest to the ARGB on the motherboard at the bottom. And what I would do is, instead of plugging that female into this series of fans, plug it into the board and then use the other side, this side here, and go this way. Just take it the opposite way. Starting to confuse myself. I'm sure I'm doing this the hard way. Bear with me here for just a second, because I have to use the other set of pins when I go the other way. What was male plugging into a female now is female plugging into a male on the other side. But that should cover us regardless. And the difference now is we're left with a male connector on this end that we want to protect with a dust cover, so we won't use that one. And then we're left at the female end on this side that we can route underneath. And then, where's the ARGB header? We can mount it one of 2 ways. We can mount it up at the top left or down at the bottom right, so I have to go over beneath the power supply. And let's see which cable management hole gets us closest. You know, I'll be honest, I think if we take it the same hole that we took the audio cable, which is the furthest to the back of the case, then it'll be less noticeable. And it looks like we've got enough cable to reach. And let me just plug that in. Okay, that's what it's going to look like from the front. And our cables, the one I just plugged in, there. Barely even see it. I think we're ready to fire this bad boy up. My only concern is finding my HDMI DisplayPort adapter. Where did I put that? I must have 6 of them around here. I just haven't needed it yet here in Studio C, so I think it's still sitting packed up. My capture card is HDMI only. So bear with me for just a second as I step away from the camera and look in my unpacked cables here. I think it's in this. Is this it right here? Oh, so close. No cigar. Hey, Carey, what did you do with it? It's not that bag. It's not that bag. Those are adapters, but for other things. Where's my video adapter cable? What did I do with it? Oh, so close. Not the right one, but I'm going to take this and put it in a drawer because that'll be the next one I need. Oh, I have a DVI to HDMI adapter. I'll take that one too. Oh, what's this? Oh, no, that's not it either. These should all be in the drawer there at the bench because when I'm live and I need it, I don't want to have to do what I'm doing right now. So I have apparently procrastinated this and waited too long to avoid doing exactly what I'm doing. Wait, I think No. Come on. All right, there's one other place it can be. In the meantime, I found 3 adapters that we don't need today, 4 adapters, that I guarantee I will need at some point in the future. And that is, this is like a mini display port to HDMI. This is DVI to HDMI. This is mini display port, oh, same as the other one, to HDMI. And this is USB to Ethernet. I'll keep that down here. I use those all the time. And then I have another, I don't know if I can get over here. Bear with me. I've got some parts down here that may also contain the adapter I'm looking for. You know, it's pretty sad times if I must have had 6 of those adapters, and I might be giving them away to people who need them because I have extras, and I might be down to just 1 left. Now I'm trying to find that one. Normally, because they're so inexpensive, I have extras so that during a live broadcast, if a cable goes bad or I can't find it, I have multiples. However, it appears that I have misplaced it, and I'm not going to find it right now because I don't want to spend too much time on it. I know it's here somewhere, but it's not where it's supposed to be. See that? My OCD is not as bad as you guys thought. Otherwise, I'd know exactly where it was. So here is a mini HDMI to HDMI. See, there's so many different ways to go back and forth. Just want to make sure it hasn't gone all the way to the back of the drawer. Not in that one for sure. It should be in this drawer. That's where it belongs. None of these are correct. Nope. It's not here. So I'm going to fall back to going to the onboard HDMI connector because that's just a faster solution to keep this live video in progress. So I will just grab my HDMI cable that goes to the capture card, and instead of, you know, it's so weird to me that there's, well, that's Ethernet, we can plug that in. It's so weird to me that there's only a DisplayPort connector back here. Now, if I wanted to, I could probably take USB-C to HDMI and go out right here. Well, give it a shot. Otherwise, I'll just, because I don't have the panels on, I can just run the HDMI cable on the board. Okay, let me grab the HDMI cable. I love having 6 different ways to solve a problem. I love that freedom. That allows for a creative choice or an optional of using what you got rather than having to stop everything, wait, you know, go to the store or order something and wait for it to arrive before you can continue. I like being able, especially on a live video or when helping a customer that I'm billing by the hour, to get in and out as quickly as possible. And if ideally we have all the right tools, but if we're missing something, that there's another way around it, right? Think of it as a detour, which may not be the most efficient route, but we'll still get to where we're going at the end of the day, as long as we get there. So let me grab a power cable, which I'm looking around to see if I'm standing on it. And I am. Let's plug the power cable in. And then I need a keyboard and a mouse to plug in, so I'll grab that from over here. At least something is where it should be. You can bet your bottom dollar that after the show, I'll be ordering about 2 or 3 of those DisplayPort to HDMI adapters and put them, one in the drawer, one in the bag, maybe one over by the cameras. There shouldn't be a shortage. They're very inexpensive, and I do use them all the time. All right, we're going to plug that dongle in. That's for the keyboard and mouse. Make sure these are both turned on. They are. And we'll hit the power button. Oh, I got to turn the power supply on. Now I'll hit the power button. Here we go. And we'll go over to the USB-C output, see if that works. Okay, we got no signal. Give that a minute. I'm assuming that USB-C output provides video. I'm not sure yet. We'll just give this a minute. The Elgato is the name of the capture card. That's why it's coming up with no signal, because no video signal is being fed to it currently. Sometimes USB-C doesn't activate until Windows loads, so let's just wait and give it a minute to load the driver and see if that works for us. So far, no joy, but give it a second. Now I could look in the documentation just to see if that USB port supports DisplayPort out, but I could just as quickly just plug it in and see. We're not getting any video signal, and I think if it would have worked, it would have happened by now. So I think I've waited patiently for a reasonable amount of time for that to occur. So then my backup, well, maybe I didn't have it plugged all the way in. Hold on. No. It's just that as I was unplugging it, it felt like it wasn't all the way in, but that's not my issue. So until I get my little adapter or find where I've placed it, I'm just going to plug HDMI in this really awkward location over here. That is something I've never seen on a motherboard before. And I imagine that we're at a desktop. Yeah, we are. There's our desktop. Right click. Oh, wrong screen, Carey. Let me go full screen over here so as I can seize it the way you guys at home do. Now, obviously, with that cable running through the case, I can't put the side panel back on. Actually, you know what I could do? Now that I think about it, I could be a little more creative with this. Just because I want to visualize what this is going to look like when it's done, I don't have to run the cable here. I could run the cable from, if I stop standing on it, I could bring it down and just leave the lid off. Then when I plug this in here, okay, just for now, just for testing, and then I can take that front glass panel we removed, and which way does this go? Remember I mentioned the trim on that, indicating orientation. See how wobbly that is? That's why there's those screws I had to remove. That's why it didn't just come off. So it does make sense, even though it didn't at the time when I was trying to figure this out. Let me see. Oh, there's two tabs. I just realized that they go on here like a door. So you put these slots into these tabs first. Then you start to close it like a door. Make sure that the outer lip where the screws are going to secure it are on the outside. And then it will click in. So it's got three different support mechanisms on this piece of glass. You've got the hooks that I just put in, the little cabinet style buttons that click in, and then these screws that we took out earlier, which I set over here, didn't I? Yeah, there's two of them. I might as well just put these in right now. It goes here. So this piece of metal wiggles up and down, and it's kind of, with gravity, as you can guess, facing down, and the hole isn't aligning. For that reason, I have to lift it up a little bit, and that screw will secure it and make sure that it looks right on the outside too, because that'll make it level and secure. And then the other screw that we took out is right here. That one goes down here. Right? So you see that? Right there, right there. And then we can put the final piece of glass on the side. I'll leave the back off of it because I obviously Still have cable management to do. And I'm going to leave the lid off of it so I can have HDMI to it. But off camera, I'll look around here. I'm sure I've got that little adapter somewhere. So that has these little holes that go on these notches. And then it's just going to push on. And then there's a thumb screw, two thumb screws, one here and one here that's secure there. Now, what do you think of that? Now, as for how well does it perform? And by the way, we have a power light around the power switch that's working. And then we have a reset button up here. There's no hard drive LED. So let me go back over to the desktop. And let me go full screen on this. And I didn't copy over any of my utilities, did I? So temporarily, let's go back to camera 1. Let me open this drawer and find my utilities flash drive. Let's try one of these USB ports up here, just randomly. We have to plug this in anyway. Why not try these at the same time? Those are fast USB 3 ports, and that's a fast USB 3 flash drive. And then we're going to go back to the desktop. And we'll copy off the testing software we need to evaluate how well is this cooling going to work. In theory, if I hooked everything up right, I should see the USB drive. There it is. And I want to copy over hardware info. I want to copy over crystal disk mark so we can measure the performance of the Orico Gen 4 drive. I want to copy over Cinebench R23. I also want to copy over CPU Z. VLC I like to install as well. Uncle Carey's Windows 10 Optimizer. There's my CPU Z right there. Everything is portable that I use. I don't install anything on customer computers, although this doesn't have a customer for it yet. Hopefully it will. Let's go to display settings and make that resolution. Oh, it's already at 250%. Why do my icons look so tiny? All right, doesn't matter. Let's run, what's this? Why do I have a hazard? Turn on browser. Yeah, we definitely want that on. All right, now that should be a green check. Good. Close this. Let's go ahead and do the hardware info first, because that's the test that takes the longest. Sensors only is all we need. Close that. Somewhere in here are our temps or temperatures. Okay, we have 6 cores, 12 threads on this CPU. Look at it, it's only running at 25 degrees Celsius. That's fantastic. All right, let's start Cinebench, and this will torture it well beyond any normal computer usage from most users for an extended period of time. So even if users were to be this hard on their hardware, it wouldn't normally be for this period of time. So this is an extreme and unrealistic synthetic benchmark designed to put this computer in a worst case scenario for abuse to make sure that it can take it and keep asking for more, right? I don't expect users to actually use this computer the way this benchmark's going to. It's almost like when they build a car and they put it through a wind and rain, high pressure wind and rain to make sure that all the weather seals are working and there's no leaks inside of the car. It's representing a test of an extreme weather condition that most cars would never experience, and if they did, it would only be brief. Before the cars leave the factory, they are tested for leaks under extraordinary circumstances. This is the equivalent of that. We're not looking for the high score. What we're looking is for a score that falls within range of this family of CPU and well within, at least in my personal preference, we never exceed 85 degrees Celsius on this row right here that I'm moving the mouse up and down on. This is the maximum temperature that each of the cores has reached since we started the software. This test has 9 minutes and 30 seconds to run. It is a free download. You can run everything I'm running on the computer you are watching me on, any Windows computer, to see how your computer compares to what we're building. I'm not using anything proprietary. This is all free for home use, and nothing needs to be installed, so there's no registry or files copied over or left behind when we're done. This is not something I would run regularly any more than I would weather test the seals of a car, other than when it's at the factory. Once it's left the factory and it's passed that test, it never needs to be performed again for the life of the car, unless you start getting a leak. You wouldn't just voluntarily run your car through an extreme wind and rain test just to see if it'll leak. I don't know anybody who's ever done that. But every car leaving the factory goes through that test to make sure it doesn't leak before you buy it or when you buy it. Now, what happens during ownership and how you've taken care of it, or what parts may fail in time, is likely rare, and therefore is something that you respond to when it happens. It's nothing you can really reasonably prevent, because it would take more time and money to prevent it than to just fix it, if it even happened to begin with. And it's the same logic here. These testing, these synthetic benchmarks and testing that we're doing is simply to put the computer under an extreme workload to make sure it won't have any issues handling that. 99.9% of the customers I deal with in my life won't come even close to pushing the computer this hard or for this period of time. But if they do, I know they're not going to call me with an overheating problem, because I've already checked it. Not unless something goes wrong, right? If the pump fails, if it springs a leak, but again, that is very, very rare. So while that's running, I think I can pop back over to camera 1 and just put it smaller on the screen. And I'll take whatever question. Whoops. Where's my camera 1? Right here. Let's take that. Here. I'll just put it right down here, like this. There. Now we got both. And while that's running, let's see what you guys have to say in the chat room. If you have any questions, comments, we're going to be sitting here waiting for a test to finish. I'm not really paying attention. If you see that temperature nearing 85 degrees Celsius, please let me know in the chat room. I got a feeling we're so far from it that this Thermalright all-in-one cooler was not only the easiest to install, not only the cheapest to buy for that size in that color with those fans, but it looks like, from what I can tell so far, it is overkill for cooling the Ryzen 5 9600X that we have installed. It is smiley faces all the way around. Now these fans are getting a little bit loud because they are cranking up as the CPU's requiring more cooling. But it's those fans, I forgot the glass was here, it's so clean. Those fans that are our CPU fans, okay? And that's where the noise will be coming from. It's possible I'm hearing this rear fan because I've not gone into the BIOS. I don't want this rear fan speeding up because of heat that's happening over here. So I don't know which fan I'm hearing, but during an extreme test, I expect to hear the fans. If I don't hear the fans, then I have something configured wrong and my system is running hotter because I've configured, either I plugged in the wrong fan headers or I have to go into the BIOS and tune the fans. Either way, it's not a failure of the pump, it's a failure of the configuration of the owner. You're supposed to hear those fans when your CPU is getting hot enough to demand extra cooling, but then the fan should quiet down when you're just browsing the web or checking email or paying bills, or the vast majority of time most people use their computers. You really shouldn't hear the fans, or they're very, very slight, okay? And that's reassurance to me when I hear those fans crank up, like during a Windows update, that the CPU is in fact, you know, working harder in those moments, and they should be temporary, and then the fans will quiet back down again. That is the normal, typical experience you should hear. If you never hear your fans get loud, probably something's not right, or you just never push your computer hard enough to generate the need for the fans to crank up. Either way. But that's reassuring for me to hear that. I just want to make sure that when I'm idling at the desktop or browsing the web or checking email, they shouldn't be as loud as they are right now, which isn't terrible, by the way, but it is noticeable. That's what I expect. John Williams says, Carey, that's an awesome computer. Great job, and thanks for the great live stream. Well, you can compliment me all day, John. Thank you. Thanks for being part of our community here and for hanging out with us today. I'm glad you enjoy and appreciate the aesthetic of this particular choice of parts. I just made this up, right? I just went looking online for a 240 millimeter white radiator with RGB fans with a white case fan, ideally made by the same manufacturer, so all the LED brightness and sequencing is the same, with ARGB headers. I also looked for a white power supply that would accommodate a discrete graphics card. That's why I went a little extreme on this power supply. But again, it has a 10-year warranty. So that's guaranteed to be a working power supply for 10 years from now. In 2035, that will still be under warranty. Think about that. So while it was a bit expensive, it wasn't outrageous. We could have gone cheaper, but we also won't have to replace it if we add a discrete graphics card. This should be more than enough regardless. It all went together really, really well. Again, I have a little bit of an issue with that bamboo there. And what was the other thing? There was one other thing on the Corsair case I didn't care for. I think at this price they could have included a rear fan, but it wouldn't have matched, so probably would have yanked it out anyway. Patrick T says, speaking of this test, should I retest my CPU and system cooling once I install the optional front dust filter on my Lian Li Landcool 216 ARGB case? You can if you want to. It's just probably unnecessary. So many people they have an anxiety, and you're like trying to avoid a problem that you may never have had to begin with. I'm not quite sure what to say. I feel like it's unnecessary. The dust filter, if you're using the dust filter that's designed for the case, then it already has been tested. If it's going to make you feel better to remove some anxiety, it shouldn't hurt you to run it. I just wouldn't run it all the time. It's just an excessive amount of use of the CPU. Not that it's got a limited life or anything, but it's just pointless and unnecessary for what is essentially an emotional need. It's nothing the computer needs. It's something you need. And I would suggest cognitive behavioral therapy to solve that problem and to leave the computer alone. It's not doing anything wrong or that needs to be fixed. Now, if you are having a problem with the computer, we're here to help you. And we're always happy to help people who they themselves are having an issue. Not a friend of yours, not somebody you know. Those people are welcome to come and join us in our live chat or to email us or go to our forums. If they want the help, they need to ask for it. If you're asking for help on their behalf, I don't know how to tell this to you, but they don't want it. And the reason I can say that is I've had a number of occasions where I've had people reach out to me and say, my neighbor's been struggling with his computer for weeks and he's about to throw it out the window, and I told him about you, so just so you know, he should be calling you. Almost never will that person ever call me. So while that person's telling the neighbor how miserable they are, they, for one reason or another, they want to solve it on their own. They don't want any help. And I'm not going to reach out to them and say, hey, your neighbor called me and told me your computer needs repair. I don't work like that. If people want to reach out for help, I wait until they ask. Otherwise, it's condescending and disrespectful from my generation to assume somebody needs help. Unless it's obvious, it is extraordinarily condescending and can be very offensive to people. Imagine if somebody younger than you says, would you like me to help you cross the street? And you didn't ask. They mean well. Their intent is well. But how does that make you feel? What's your reaction to that? Do I look like I need help crossing the street? Who do you think you are? You know, what are you saying? That I'm old and I can't cross the street by myself? All because they were well-intentioned, right? They didn't mean that. But that's the way it came off. So don't be that guy. We're certainly happy to help people who ask for it. But if all you're trying to do is avoid unnecessary, like you're going to put extra effort in so you don't have a specific problem, then you're just going to be left with other problems. And not only that, the problems you didn't think about, like I talked about the power supply, you may never have had the first problem that you're trying to avoid anyway. You never would have had it if you'd have just left it alone, and you might be creating a problem. Not in this case, but in other cases where it gets a little extreme sometimes. Oh, those fans just quieted down. Did my test finish? No, test is still running. Whoops, I need to do that. There, okay. That test did finish, didn't it? Okay, let's start the other test and go back over to the temperature monitor. Ooh, we haven't even broken 70 degrees Celsius under a heavy load for 10 minutes? I am so used to, you know, the 7 series and the 9 series enthusiast CPUs. I'm not used to seeing a chip run that cool. Clearly, the Ryzen 5 9600X does not need an all-in-one cooler, but we weren't doing that for cooling. We were doing that for looks. It's way over the top for cooling, and the ironic part of it is that liquid cooler with the RGB fans is cheaper than a Scythe Mugen 6 air cooler, which wouldn't look anywhere near as nice, in my opinion, and wouldn't cool this chip this extremely, although anything under the maximum, you know, under 85 from my perspective, makes no difference one way or the other. If it's running at 30 degrees Celsius, if it's running at 80 degrees Celsius, it's still running the same. It's well within the range. If your car's driving at 10 miles an hour or your car's driving at 80 miles an hour, it's within the operational intention of the engine to run at that speed. Everything's fine. It's when we go extreme beyond a certain point that we have a problem. As long as we stay within that range, it's perfectly fine. There's nothing to fix. We solve symptoms. Okay, so if you go to the doctor and you say, I'd like you to prescribe me some medication so that I don't get a disease, likely not going to happen. You'd have to have some symptoms so they know if the medication's working. Now, vitamins and supplements aren't sold that way. And, you know, some people argue one way or the other if they work or not. Jury's still out, but medical professionals in the United States treat symptoms. Or there's something measurable, something they can determine if medication is working or not, which is usually symptoms. And in much the same way in computer repair, we treat symptoms. So if the symptoms is my fans are running really loud, if my symptom is my CPU is running warmer than people I see on the internet, don't listen to people on the internet, man. Do your research, understand what the tolerances are, and then determine if you're having a specific issue with the computer that's real, or if you've just made up a problem because you watched somebody online. There is a difference. And people don't call me for service. I'm telling you, it's never happened. They've never offered to pay me for my time to address something they saw online that they're not experiencing. Either they can't print, or software won't run, or the computer's crashing, fans are running loud. There's always a symptom that justifies calling me. It's never because a friend told them. It's never because we're trying to avoid a problem. I do regular preventive maintenance for my managed service clients for me, not for them. It's done for me so I can avoid getting those surprise calls as much as possible. But if you're putting so much preventive maintenance in that it's actually taking more time and money to prevent the problem than having the problem, you've just made it worse from my perspective. Patrick mentions he's got a Ryzen 7 7700X on air cooling. Hardly goes above 85 degrees Celsius whenever he's watching tasks, doing temps. That's fine. Like I said, this cooler is clearly overkill, but for 50 bucks, come on, it makes sense. For $200 to buy the Corsair 240 watt RGB all-in-one, that's just dumb money. I mean, that's just, I don't know. Money's too tight in my world to just willy-nilly spend it on unnecessary things. There's a big difference in my world between $50 and $200. And so far as I can tell, not only was this cheaper, I think it works better and installs easier. I hope it will last as long as a Corsair cooler all-in-ones. They do have a good reputation, as do NZXTs. They do generally last longer than cheaper brands, in my experience. This is a brand new brand. I'm willing to give them a shot. I don't typically install stuff I'm not familiar with to customers. I don't want my customers to be guinea pigs. So for me, having experience with it, I can then determine if it's something I want to put my reputation on, save my customers money, and sell them a good part that meets my level of quality, control, and reliability. So I have to start somewhere. And after 6 months or a year, I should be able to determine, hopefully, if that is a brand I will offer to my clients or not. But for making YouTube videos, for the heck of it, I'm open-minded to whatever I use, because the only person that's going to hurt, I suppose, is me learning a lesson with spending my money. But at least it's not damaging my reputation to my clients, who now don't trust my part selection, right? And they're relying on me to select good parts for them, to not waste their money, and to build something that has high performance, it isn't too loud, and it's going to last without needing constant service. If it does need constant service for my MSP clients, that's going to cost me money, not them. And if I don't do it, I'll lose the client for sure. They'll take their business somewhere else. Then I'll lose even more money. Remember, we're not making any customization changes to the BIOS. Everything is running stock. We're not overvolting, we're not undervolting, we're not overclocking, we're not none of that. This is just straight out stock, leave it alone. You will have the most trouble-free system. Now, if you're someone who likes tweaking with things, enjoy it. I wouldn't do that to a customer. I think that would be cruel, and it would be bad for business. But for you guys playing, play all you want. You want to tweak around with your BIOS settings, and every time your BIOS gets reset or updated, you got to reset it. Have at it. I have more than one machine to work on. I have hundreds. So I can't remember the settings of a particular machine. I don't want to have a note system so a customer gets 2% more power. No one notices. That's just an enthusiast activity. So just leave it the way the engineers developed it, and you're going to have the most reliable system that doesn't require constant maintenance every time there's an update or something. But to each their own, and just adjust your expectations accordingly, right? It's up to you how you want to do that. Johnny says, another top job, Carey. Would not expect anything less. Well, I'm glad I didn't let you down. This was an easy build. Hearing those fans crank up and go down, those are running exactly like they should. Temperature-wise, how are we doing over here? I cannot see the screen the way you guys can at home, unless I close out the chat room. Well, not close it, but I have to override it with a bigger window. 72.2 looks like the maximum package temperature, with the core temperatures not exceeding 66.1. Oh, no, wait a minute. What does this Core 5 say? Oh, 63. Geez, I thought that said 93. What the heck? No, that's me needing some glasses is what that is. Wow, those are some of the coolest temperatures I've seen in a while. But again, I don't often install the Ryzen 5s. But this is my first experience with the B850 chipset, which is the budget chipset, just released this month. And so ASRock and GIGABYTE and ASUS and MSI have all introduced new motherboards to accommodate this budget chipset. And likely makes no difference in performance for you guys. It may limit some of your input-output on the back. You may not have as many USB ports, or the speed of those USB ports may be limited, or you may not have as many. Like in this case, I don't know why the HDMI port was moved out. If that was one thing I could fix, that's it. But you know what? It's a super easy fix. I guess if you wanted to run 2 monitors at the same time, that may be a little tricky with just that one display port out. I think they intend for you to add a graphics card. So if you add a graphics card, even if it's just for multiple monitors, it wouldn't cost you very much money and you have plenty of room for it. On the other hand, if you were going to turn this into a AAA title gaming PC with a 5090 Ti, this will accommodate that as well. So you have a lot of options. If you have the kind of budget for a 5090, then the computer is nickels and dimes. It's that GPU that's expensive, and that will let you have 4 or 5 video outputs at the same time. But you don't have to spend that kind of money. That's all I'm trying to say. You can get a much cheaper discrete GPU if what you want is just multiple monitor use. It's just a shame that we don't have at least 2. I expect a minimum of 2, sometimes 3, but a minimum of 2 on the back. The fact that they've only given us 1, and that USB-C port does not appear to support a DisplayPort output, which is, well, disappointing. This close to perfect. Case could have been easily addressed with that problem. Rear I/O shield. I don't agree with putting the HDMI port up there. I think that's a foolish design because it doesn't take into consideration monitor power, and those little monitors are available USB where the power comes from the USB cable. This would have made sense 5 years ago. It doesn't make sense today. Kind of feel like they went backwards on this. I don't know too many people that would take advantage of that HDMI port being located there, but most people would take advantage of that HDMI port if it were in the back, because most monitors are HDMI monitors. It's only the gaming monitors and business monitors, people running high resolutions and high frame rates, that need that display port. Maybe that's who they're intending to sell this board to. Just be nice to have options. Let me do it either way. I've never, ever seen a motherboard with an HDMI port over there. That is not moving the right direction, Gigabyte. Other than that, I like the board. Oh, in the water pump being located at the bottom? I guess it's okay. It's just weird. I'm not quite sure why they did that, but I suppose it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. The cable's hidden either way. Cable may actually be hidden better at the bottom, but usually your pump is going to be in the extreme opposite side of the board. Instead of at the bottom, your pump will usually be towards the top, and instead of at the bottom left, it'll be at the top right. So as long as you have a cable long enough to reach, I guess it doesn't matter. But luckily, that was not an issue for us. But it could have been. It's just not a standard place to put a pump header. So why Gigabyte changed what's standard? Maybe it was just to be different. I don't know. But I'm not a big fan of that. The other thing I noticed is we have a little Velcro loop here so that if we wanted to make our cables nice and neat in the back of the computer, instead of having them all hit the wall or whatever, especially if this is on a desk, you just open this Velcro loop, run your cables through it, and then close it back up, and it'll keep them all tidy for you. Keep it from getting all caught up on things if your computer spins around, or if your cables are a little too much slack, get in the way of the desk. That's a nice little touch. By the way, you could probably do this with the computer you've got now. If you just got a little Velcro tie, you could probably fit it through some slots. But still, I'm okay with it, because if you don't like it, you could always just remove it and no one would ever know it was there. That's what I'm saying when I like options. You can do it this way, you can do it that way. Let me individualize it to my needs. Don't tell me I have to conform to what the majority of people want, that you think in your focus groups. I've never been a part of those focus groups, so how can you tell me that's what the majority of people want? It's maddening. Give us options and let us adjust it. You'll sell more units because people won't have to accommodate your decisions. All right, these are our maximum temps we're looking at here. The test is completed. These are our scores. If you're curious how the 9600X performs, right down here, you'll see compared to the older chips how much faster this Ryzen 5 is compared to, say, what is this, an 11th gen i7. We're faster than an i7 processor from a couple of years ago. That's how fast this technology advances. And this also cost a lot less money than an i7 did when it came out. Yeah, temps look good. Let's go ahead and minimize this. Let's close this, and let's start the crystal disk mark. We should be getting about 7,000, 7,200, 7,300 on the reads. Anywhere over 7,000, close to 7,000, it's going to be more than acceptable. The difference between 6,800 and 7,300 is quite literally milliseconds. And while you might see that in testing software, most human beings would never be able to notice it without some sort of measuring tool. Now, remember, this is an Orico branded 2 terabyte drive Gen 4 that sells much cheaper than like Samsung and Western Digital, while performing at the same speeds with the same warranty. At 7,313, we're on the top end of Gen 4 here. You can't really expect much better without going to Gen 5. And as I mentioned, even if that said 6,800, that difference is literally milliseconds. Most human beings, without some software to tell them, could not tell you the difference between 6,800 and 7,300, even between 5,000 and 7,500. Most people can't measure that. It's so minute and it's so quick, you need software to measure it. It's like somebody telling you about molecules, but they don't have a microscope. Go ahead and show them to me without the microscope. I don't know how we're going to see them. All right. I suppose I can move this over a little bit. Let me go back over to the chat room. We'll wrap it up. We got a long show today. It was about 4 hours, I think, isn't it? Yeah, just over 4 hours today. But I did want to get to a point where it was all powered up and didn't want to have to go to a part 3 on this. Anything remaining is just a little cable management, the top panel and the rear panel. It's done. Provided it passes all the tests, which is easily doing. I'm very, very happy with the end result here. Kelly says, if they wanted to put the HDMI port on the inside, they should have given it some kind of breakout to go to the back of the case. Agreed. I absolutely agree with you. Better yet, they should have included some kind of cable to go from the back through a hole, if that's what you wanted to do. Or from the back to the backside of the motherboard. That would have made more sense to me, because I don't think the vast majority of computer owners will use that front HDMI port. Very small percentage of people would use that. And that assumes you've got a case that would even have a space for you to put a little screen. Yeah, doesn't make sense to me. You would think you would accommodate the masses and not the minority. Unless this was an $800 exclusive motherboard, which it isn't. These two things don't go together. It's priced for the masses, but designed for the minority. What? It's just bizarre. But this is why I make these videos. I was surprised by that, so you don't have to be. If you want to buy that motherboard, you know exactly what you're getting. I didn't know. I thought I knew, but then when I got it, that's when I realized those little details. And that's why we make these videos. I'm not necessarily here to tell you if it's good or bad. I'll tell you whether or not I personally like it or not. And I'll tell you whether or not I'd buy it again. But I'm not saying it's bad. That's for you to decide. I just want to make you aware. Katrina says the overall chipset temp is 72.2. Well, that's good since we're not cooling the chipset, right? The chipset's being cooled by the heat sinks on the board that are passively cooled. So nothing wrong with that. I don't normally even pay attention to chipset. And the reason chipsets don't get hot enough usually to justify active cooling. There was the AMD 570 chipset that required a little fan. Yeah, good luck finding those fans when they do eventually burn out. It's pretty unusual this late in the game to be adding fans to chipsets. That's something we did. You're going to keep hearing me repeat over and over again. That's something we did in the 90s. For us to go back to doing things the way we did in the 90s is backwards. We should always be moving forwards. When we add fans to chipset, we're adding another component to failure. We're adding another expense to the build and to the overall cost of building the motherboard. It's working backwards. Things should be more consolidated. Things should be actively cooled when possible. And if they cannot be actively cooled when it comes to chipsets, you need to rethink your chipset design or put on more aggressive, larger heat sinks, which again, cost more money in manufacturing, but at least they don't wear out like a fan does over time. There's our final numbers on the crystal disk mark. You'll see 7,313 on our sequential reads. That's the fastest this drive will go under the best circumstances. And 6,443 megabytes per second on the fastest sequential writes, which is the fastest speed this drive can go. It won't go any faster than that. That's what I'm interested in. What is the best it can do? Where's the limit at? Where's the barrier? There it is. That is a wonderful barrier. That's so far out that no one should ever hit that. But if they do, again, they probably wouldn't even know it. All they're going to notice is things are fast. So we're not just relying on a fast CPU. We've got to have everything in balance with everything else. Fast CPU with a slow mechanical drive makes no sense to me. Let me save these results. And thank you all again for hanging out with us today. Save image. Crystal disk mark. We'll save it as a JPEG. We will put it on the desktop. Perfect. Let's grab a screenshot of our hardware info results, which I think are down here, aren't they? Yeah. Just take that whole screen there. Paint, paste. There we go. We will save that as Cinebench results. So save as a JPEG. I'll type in Cinebench. Oops, didn't mean to hit the caps lock. Cinebench R23 results. These are really good results. It'll be a JPEG file saved again, preferably to our desktop. Close that. Close that. We'll run Uncle Carey's Windows 10 optimizer just because we can. You'll see a bunch of access denied errors here, which is just turning indexing off. Nothing to worry about. That's what it's supposed to do. And then it makes some adjustments and needs a reboot for those settings to take effect. Anything it does can be undone. And it intelligently shows you what's already configured when you run it by having a checkbox there and in the results. So it's not a blind test or a blind configuration change. It knows where it is and where it recommends it to be. And if you don't like any of the individual choices of the optimizations, you can revert each one individually or put it all back the way it was. It's really simple stuff. But I set it up the same way for all my customers to remain consistent in my business. I suppose I can also, let's move camera 1. Let's put that over here. And I could put VLC on here. I much prefer VLC to Microsoft's media player. It's free, open source, and if VLC won't play your media, you have some bad media. It's not a problem with VLC. Okay. Next, 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 install. Okay, guys, I think it'll wrap it up for today. Let me just take one more peek in the chat room to see if there's any final questions remaining. I want to thank everybody with your super chats and contributions today. So a shout out to the people who make these videos possible. First and foremost, all of our members here. Without you guys, I could not have made this video. And for everybody watching for free, it's because of our community. They made this video possible for you. We hope you'll consider supporting us. And if not, we hope you continue to enjoy the free content with gratitude from our members in green here in our chat room, and many who aren't in today's chat room for other reasons, right? The different time zones. But all of our members, also to our super members, folks like Buster, Peter Laycock, Hoistine, Frankie B, Paul Gray. We've had a number of frequent contributions from members that add up quite quickly, from friends like Phil Stott and Mark Gaines, Ian Gooch. I mean, there's so many of you. In today's broadcast, for example, we received contributions from Find Me in Hawaii, who's been a member here more than 24 months. Thank you, Find Me in Hawaii. Stefan Nilsson says hello from Sweden, contributed 20 Swedish krona, $20 or 20, yeah, not sure how to say it. Mark Gaines not only contributed an Amazon gift card today before the show started, but also a 10-pound super chat contribution. Zarosk became a brand new member today. We appreciate you. We hope you enjoy our video archive and our members only videos every Monday at 1 o'clock. Only members can watch and interact in those videos. They are never made public, and they're more informal and intimate with a much smaller audience where we can not get so lost in the loud crowd, right? It's a little more one-on-one hangout time. I set aside time for my members because they set aside not only their time, but they put their money where their mouth is and enable me to continue making these videos. And in return for that, there are member benefits, and that's one of them. So tomorrow, 1 o'clock p.m. Pacific, it's 12 p.m. Pacific, but it's 1 o'clock Phoenix time. All year, it's 1 o'clock Phoenix time. Phoenix does not honor daylight saving. Everybody else does. So their clocks move, our clocks don't. It's always 1 o'clock when we start live, every Monday for members only, and every Friday for the public. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, as time permits. I do have a lot of content to make. However, I've also got other projects going on off camera, and I do my best to balance my time. Be sure and hit the like button if you like these videos and you want to see more like them. Be sure and hit the subscribe button. This is all free. When you hit the subscribe button, there's a little bell icon. By default, it'll only tell you when new videos come out from me, the channel you subscribe to, randomly. You can either get no notices at all, or you can choose all videos. Let me know anytime Carey posts a video or goes live, every single time. That is not the default. You have to change that. So hit the bell icon and say, let me know all the time. The default is just sometimes, which I don't know what that means. I don't know why that's the default. Very strange. That's all free. We have a forum where you can leave messages and interact with other members of our community 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You leave a message, they respond to the message. It's an old school message forum, completely free. CareyHolzman.boards.net, not .com, .net. The links for all the parts in today's build, including the forum, that's all in the video notes. Please read our video notes. Mara spends a lot of time putting those together. Also, there was one person I left out, Mike Visions. Thank you, joining us from the UK. Thank you with a £5 super chat. In fact, the first contribution I see here during today's video in the super chats, for very first one. So a shout out, cheers, thank you to Mike Visions as well. Lost my train of thought. Our friends at SCD Keys, that's where I bought the license to activate Windows. Right now, in 2025, it is free to upgrade from Windows 10 to Windows 11, as long as it's home to home or pro to pro. So I put Windows 11 Pro on, but I buy the less expensive Windows 10 Pro license key, and it works on Windows 11 Pro. You do not have to install Windows 10 Pro. Once it activates, it stays tied to the motherboard for the life of the motherboard. It cannot be moved, and you never need to enter it again. Even if I wipe the operating system and reinstall it clean, I tell the operating system I don't have a product key. I select I want Windows 11 Pro, and after it's done and I connect online and get my Windows updates, the Microsoft update servers recognize the serial number of my motherboard and say that's already been activated. They reassign the key. They don't even tell me they did it. It just happens in the background automatically. How much are keys? A Windows 10 Pro key with the Carey 30% off coupon code. Right now, today, with the exchange rate being what it is from US dollar, is $15.72 for the life of the board. Now, if Microsoft, after Windows 10 support ends, eventually Microsoft's going to say that upgrade's no longer free. But that's okay, as long as you got in before that happened, nothing changes. Think of it like a cover charge at a bar. So let's say the bar is really popular on Friday or Saturday night, and after 7 o'clock in the evening, I'll just give you an example. They say if you want to come into the bar, you got to pay $10 first. We call that a cover charge. But if you went to the bar before 7 o'clock or whenever the cover charge started, because you were already in, they're not going to ask you to leave and pay the $10. You were already in before the charge. And much the same way, if you activate your Windows 11, well, it's free to upgrade from Windows 10 using a Windows 10 license key. As long as you get in before the deadline, you're set. But if you procrastinate or you wait, when Windows 10 support ends, which is scheduled for October 14th of this year, likely Microsoft will stop making that upgrade free. But that's up to Microsoft. So if you're watching this video in 2028, that ship has likely sailed a long time ago. And of course, the pricing structure will be different than what it is today. Always pay attention to the date a video was published, because you might be watching content, in my case, from 2008. That's how long I've been making videos here. So if you're watching something and you're like, how did he get that part so cheap? You got to look at what the date was. All right. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. Thanks to Mara, of course, for all the work she does tirelessly, doing all the administrative stuff that happens in the background, including creating thumbnails for these videos, video descriptions, and working with potential companies that offer us things to review, most of which are a complete waste of our time, but at least I don't have to deal with that stuff anymore. And oddly, she seems to enjoy it. So all the power to her. Sean Gallagher says, unless you do a BIOS update and it goes away. Sorry, Sean, I don't know what you're talking about. But thank you for your comment. I think Sean may be watching from something I said 20 minutes ago. Sometimes when we do these live videos, people don't realize they're watching from a half an hour ago. You've got to make sure that little scroll bar at the bottom is all the way to the right, and if necessary, hit refresh on your browser. There is a slight delay between when I talk and when you hear me, but it shouldn't be more than about a minute. So that comment is like from a while ago, I'm guessing, and I've lost whatever it means. I don't know what your reference is. If you want to be clear in your comments, you must not use the word it or they. You have to say what it is. You have to say who they are. It and they, I don't know the reference point. So that helps a lot when you're writing things to people online, that we're very clear in our communication by avoiding those terms. I do it myself sometimes. That's another one of those words. That's the problem. What's the problem? What does that refer to? It would be just as much effort for me to type what that is than to use that word. Things get really confusing online. Anyway, thank you again for hanging out with me today. I enjoy answering your questions and interacting with you and watching you guys talking with each other, because this community is really what the channel is about. And that's why people will go, oh, it's a 4-hour video. How does a guy do a video for 4 hours? Again, you weren't here. If you were here, the 4 hours flies by because you're interacting with everybody else in the chat, and it's like a party. How do you go to a party for 4 hours? I guess you've never been to a party before? I don't know. Maybe it wasn't a good party. But you guys, always a great party. Thank you for hanging out. All the members, I hope to see you tomorrow at 1 o'clock as always. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your Sunday. That'll wrap it up for me for today. Reminder, links for the 30% off Microsoft Office and Windows keys are in the video description below this video. All the keys are guaranteed. There's 6 months of free support. Worst case scenario, if you have an unresolved problem, you reach out to me, I'll make it right. There's no other YouTube content creator that stands behind license keys. I stand behind them. They are real, they are legit, and they will save you money. It is not a scam, and 100% guaranteed are going to work. Even if it means I have to get involved, which almost never happens. But in the rare circumstance, I still got your back. It's not a question of me saying, oh, that's your problem. That's what most content creators do. They go, that's between you and them. That's nonsense. If you're going to sit here and endorse something, then put your money where your mouth is. And that's what I do. All right. So you have peace of mind. That's why I tell you to order from Amazon. You have 30 days to return it. You understand? Peace of mind. That's going to wrap it up for me for today. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you all very, very soon. Until next time. Bye for now.